we won't let the world burn away, burn away. We feel betrayed. We were raised to lose the race. Wake it through the back of the pack, kill it anyway. To play, haters face the world's mistakes. Wake it through the back of the pack, kill it anyway.
I literally have nothing planned. I just got to the office. I've been busy working on Dad's vehicle today. Still didn't finish, but got out of there when it started getting dark. But then I heard my name almost immediately. I'll explain. There's a reason why. It's not just random. There's a reason why. I'll explain in a minute. I think most of y'all probably know that there's a reason why. It's an argument we had already. I didn't even check. There's probably grease all over my fucking face. I didn't even look. Oh man, Kathy H is in a topping out firestorm right now. Let me check and see if I got grease all over my fucking face. That'd be step one, wouldn't it? I'm really, really bad about when I work on something. When I work on something, I inadvertently touch, scratch, smear grease all over my face. So it never fails. I'm sure there's grease on my face somewhere. I did fix the camera back since Bull left, so there's that. Oh, fuck yeah, I got grease all over my face. Hold on just a second. Let me grab a paper towel or something. arm is covered too. Holy shit.
Listen up now, because we're never dropping out.
Believe it or not, I did wash my hands. I just didn't get the halfway up the back of my arm, apparently. I didn't even know I had that much grease on me.
Never let the truth fade away.
All right, here we go.
This is bigger than ourselves. We won't let the world burn away. Burn away. We feel betrayed.
So I'm walking the walk. What the fuck are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing except tearing people down? You coward.
No mirrors in the office, actually. I have to use a camera. I need one, don't I? That's it.
Struggling with my anxiety. Are you feeling the insanity? Anger inside of me. There is a war in me. And it keep drowning me. Blinded by all of the vanity. Snakes all around and they rattling. Tell them to shut up the chattering. Blow up the spot, then we run it. Ready and not here we
Told
come.
Mariah that the other day. I need to get one hanging on the wall.
Say a prayer for me. Tonight make it a little crazy. You can meet me outside, but you better buckle up. It's a wild ride. Welcome to the wild side. Wild, wild. Welcome to the wild side. Welcome to the wild side.
Welcome everybody. I'm Will Bird. This is the Cold Beer Confessional. Covered in grease. I don't have a show planned today. I'm gonna hop in the Discord, hang out if anybody wants to come on there and talk. If there's somebody already in there, we'll just do it like a couple people at a time or something. If you have a question or anything you want to say, I'll be there. We got a new fundraiser coming up. I think it's currently scheduled for June 9th. I can't remember, but I might be moving that around. I have to look at the calendar. But our quarterly fundraiser's coming up, and I'm not even sure who it's for yet. They just told me that it's time. So either way, thank you guys for joining us. Let me switch the cameras around. Did you hear the Eno intro this time? Or was it still blank? I thought I fixed it, but I don't even remember if I did it or not. Either way, thank you guys for joining us. So I know as soon as I come into the office, I was here. I've been working on my dad's car, and I thought, man, I don't even have a show planned. I worked all the way up until about dusk. So it started getting a little bit dark. So I didn't really have a show planned. I was just hanging out, but I was gonna do something, and I guess just to hang out. But then, while I was setting up the stream, I heard my name on Phil's channel. I had it playing in the background. If you don't know why Phil mentioned my name, basically what happened was, I was talking one day about how everybody has a number, and if you say you don't have a number, that you're basically lying, right? You're lying to yourself. Oh, I did Nino tonight, but we'll switch back and forth with Intel Lady. I like Intel Ladies a lot too. But either way, so I was talking about like everybody has a number, to where like somebody could buy you off or buy off your morals or whatever. Now it might be extremely high. You might say mine's $1 billion, but it's eventually a number, especially if you're saying there's not a number, that's because you're not struggling. But there could be a situation where you like struggle, or where you're not making the most money, or where it's hard to make money, hard to get by, hard to make ends meet. And if someone come up to you and said, hey, if you do this one thing, not criminal, but just, against whatever your moral compass is, I'll give you this amount of money. Of course people would do that. So I was just stating that in general, that everybody has a number. And as an example, I said, if Phil or Scott or somebody, Scott McKay or even Nino, if someone come to me and said, hey, I don't want you to ever talk about me again, here's this much money. Or I don't want you to cover this, here's this much money. There's a number there. I don't know what it is. It'd probably be pretty steep. But everybody has a number. Now, this was all hypothetical. This is where our new saying that I'm putting on a t-shirt that says, suck my hypothetical dick. It was all hypothetical. And we had somebody freak the fuck out over on Rumble. And they're like, I thought better of you. I guess you're just a piece of shit. I can't believe this. I don't have a number. I thought you were better than this. And it was all just a hypothetical. You know what I'm saying? It was all just a hypothetical, just to explain it was just to explain that everybody has a number. It might be that the government shows up one day and says, hey, we're going to dump chemicals in the river by your house, and here's a billion. Don't say anything. I'd be like, hell yeah, let's go. Like, it didn't have anything to do with anybody. It was just a hypothetical. But this person melted down, and this wasn't the first meltdown they've had on me, so I flipped out. Well, I flipped out and cussed them out, whatever. Anyways, from that was kind of like the talk of like this group called, it's over on Telegram. It's Phil Godlewski .2.0, but it's like a fake one. It's the one where people go in there and talk shit about him. A lot of you guys are in there. Like Pebbles is in there, and Robin Green's in there. A bunch of people that follow me are in there. Well, Mariah was asleep during that show when I like freaked out or whatever. And some people were the other person that I freaked out on is in that show or in that channel. So some of my fans were talking to that person like, you fucked up, you know, Will has every right to do that. And to that person's credit, they said, hey, look, I shouldn't have been in the shape I was. That was my fault. I don't blame Will a bit. Well, Mariah didn't see the show, so she comes in there and says something like, it was all hypothetical. This is fucked up. Like, she's trying to take up for me. And she says something like, you know, if Phil wants to use some of his fucking millions to buy Will off, he said he had a number. Even if you don't like it, blah, blah, blah. Everybody's got a number. It's still continuing the hypothetical. But people who didn't watch the show and I guess didn't know that it was like hypothetical or whatever, that we were just discussing the things, thought it was real. And a bunch of people screenshot it. And a bunch of people sent it to me and said, oh, my God, you're bought off, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, no, they just screenshotted Mariah's post. And now people are arguing about it. And I'm sure somebody sent it to Phil. If they're sending it to me saying, oh, Phil bought you off, now I know what's going on. I'm sure they sent it to Phil. And then someone in his live stream, he says, asked him, did you hire Will Bird? But that brings us to Kathy H., my good friend Kathy H. And let's go see what she's got to say. My personal friend. So if we search just my last name, it's going to bring up the private chat. And at, let's see, where did it start? Sorry, I'm going back to the first one she responded to. Okay. Someone says, if Phil is going to create a new Telegram private chat for the local enrollees, why can't that chat be this one? Is there something corrupt about this chat electronically requiring it to go away? At Katrina Bowles, you seem to understand this well. Can you explain? And then it says, there's a couple of people that reply to that. Some people are complaining about no intel. Someone says zero new intel, great. Someone else says I turned it off halfway because I can't listen to the same old anymore. I thought this was going to be a chat link on Phil's own website in the different subscription packages. Maybe locals want to allow him to make memberships lower than $15 a month. I don't know. No, you can make memberships $1 if you wanted to. There was supposed to be, apparently not anymore, only way to access the new link is through another $15 a month charge on locals. So some of these people are mad because they paid for Phil's website and are still paying for Phil's website. And there was some complaints in there about people getting double charged, I guess. And I've heard the rumor that some people were getting charged and some people were getting double charged. Some people weren't getting charged at all and others were getting double charged or whatever. Anyways, now they're mad that Phil announced this tonight. He's doing away with philgodlewski.live, and instead he's just going to use locals. He's going to have philgodlewski.live rerouted to his locals website. So people are complaining about that. They say, I think this one is going to go away all the time. Not sure. Sorry. I made it maybe 15 minutes in before I stopped. Someone else messaged me about this. Someone said, I heard Phil was deleting his Telegram. I think it might have been a comment on one of my videos. I don't think he's deleting his main Telegram. He's talking about getting a new private Telegram. I believe the creator can set the monthly fee. Bummer, I don't mind a new group. I just wish he could transfer over all the files we have all saved in this chat. Kathy H says, no, private. Will he on Telegram? So someone said the new private chat is in locals, and Kathy H says, no, private. Will he on Telegram? I guess will be on Telegram. Then someone says, right, got it now, responding to Kathy H. Then someone says, can't transfer, blah, blah, blah. Okay, here comes Kathy. And it says, we are asking he freeze posting and leave our intel here. That's what Kathy says. And then they're talking about transferring data, doesn't allow it, blah, blah, blah. It could be. Then he could have been upfront about it, saying that he wanted to keep it at $10, but couldn't. Anything else, anything to say he realizes it's a big jump percent-wise. So basically what they're saying here is I saw he got a teeth whitening or something. A lot of people are talking about it. Basically what happened before is to get to the private chat, you had to be $10 and up. To get to the private chat, you had to be $10 and up. And then now it's going to be $15 and up. If you guys will just chill the fuck out, that's what I'm talking about right now. Anyways, it used to, you can't get to the show late and then demand I answer your question immediately when you show up. It used to be $10 and up. Now it's going to be $15 and up. And what they're saying is that's a big jump percentage-wise. If everybody's paying 50% more, 50% more to his income. They don't like it. So then Kathy H says, this one still has trolls. And it does. Okay. That's what Kathy H responds. So this is to the person that I read the first message from that was like, can we just keep this chat? Is there something wrong with it? She says, this one still has trolls. And it does. So then someone says, he only looks people in the eye when he was profiling them. Everyone catch that one? Molly Ball says, does anyone listen to Chris Plant on Newsmax? He's good. Truth bombs. David Aday says, so the cruise points we got from subscribing to pg.live don't count? Oh, I think Phil forgot about that when he was talking about the cute cruise. Or when he was talking about switching. He forgot. I don't think Phil's doing a cruise at all. So the cruise points we got from subscribing on pg.live don't count. Someone says, yep, about looking in the eye. Someone says, who knows about the cruise points? So someone responds to Kathy H about the troll part, okay? They say, not everyone who doesn't agree with absolutely everything Phil says is a troll. It seriously gets old seeing you and others shutting down any discussion about opposing viewpoints. Everyone here should be able to express their views, regardless of what they are. The fact that this is an echo chamber is incredibly sad to me. And it got a bunch of, hearts and shit. It got 7 hearts or something like that. Kathy doesn't respond to that one immediately, but she says, Bird is a hacker. Bird is a hacker. And then someone responds to Kathy saying the shit about trolls, and they say, what even is the definition of a troll? Someone who's in a private chat without having paid? That one I know, but I'm not aware of the words others use. Someone responds, what's the definition? Someone says, I would define that as a thief and not a troll, but I don't know. Molly Ball says, exactly. And the genuflecting is driving me crazy. Honest to God, there's entirely too much fawning going on in here. When he taught us to be individual thinkers. So we should be able to say when we disagree without crucifixion. Again, referring to like we should be allowed to disagree. Okay? No, we're not going to post Phil's chat link. No, well, that's not going to happen. Then he says, let's see, that one is, all I can say is I know I'm definitely going to go over to the new chat. It gets so much, I get so much information from you guys, and I don't want to lose that, and I don't want to lose touch with you guys. Someone responds to the troll, and it says, internet slang for someone who's deliberately inflammatory online. So they gave him the definition of a troll. Kathy H comes back, and this is in response to not everyone who disagrees is a troll. and it said, you obviously have never had someone attack you, dox your family, send visitors to your home, and call my forking clients. So there are trolls on this page. I located several. The problem is no one's ever done that to Kathy. Kathy made all of this up. Every bit of this up. Kathy made all of this up. Every bit of it. Like, I've never called her clients. I've never doxed her address. I've never attacked her in any way, shape, or form, except, on here, like, talking jokes and shit. I've never doxed her family. I've never sent visitors to her house. I've never called her clients. But that's what she claims that we do, right? Like, I've never done any of that. She has a whole story made up about somebody from Georgia come to her house to threaten her, and it was on my behest. And then the cops took him away, and he admitted that Will Bird sent me to get Kathy. But it's weird the cops never come and saw me. Wouldn't you think the cops would come to me if I sent an assassin after her? A fucking assassin? And she says, I've located several. And someone says, I really don't know what that means, talking about the thief and not the troll, hence the question. I do notice it gets used a lot. Someone said, oh, thank you for the troll fucking definition. Then someone responds to Kathy and says, I don't believe your story about the visitor from Georgia, to be honest. I don't believe your story, which is true. She's told this story, and we heard the voice memo about somebody that came from Georgia and showed up at her fucking house, and it was at my behest, and the cops had to drag him away, and her neighbor come running with a pistol, and she had her Betsy out, and she was aiming it at his forehead with a red dot. Luckily, the cops got there almost immediately. They had a response time of 0 seconds. They were there immediately behind him on the porch, drug him away, kicking and screaming. And when someone asked her, how did you know this had anything to do with Will Bird? And she's like, oh, they investigated him before they made him leave the county. They didn't arrest the guy, the assassin I sent. They just made him leave the county. But they asked the assassin, why was Kathy H. the target? And he's like, oh, Will Bird sent him. Got it. So someone says, I don't believe your story. Someone else says, people on this page have attacked you. And then someone responds to that and says, no, but she certainly attacks others. Someone asked, why was I just muted for 5 minutes on D Live? Someone says, responding to not everyone who doesn't agree with you is a troll. Someone says, exactly. Many have a hard time grasping this concept. Be like Trump. Call out the censorship. David Day says, signed George Magazine giveaway, ? Kathy H says, and I just exposed another one. So who she was referring to here? Uh-oh.
Just gifted 2 subs.
Thank you for the gifted subs. I appreciate it. So basically what she's responding to here and calling someone a troll is the person that says, people on this page have attacked you. Because she's saying she's got trolls on this page, and she's saying she's been attacked in real life. So he says, people on this page have attacked you, ? And she calls him a troll, basically. I found another one. Right here's a troll. So someone responds to that when she says, I just exposed another one. Someone says, wrong. Just because I don't go along with the narrative that we need to line Phil's pockets and bow down to him does not make me a troll. Unlike others in here, I will stand up to you, and I will fight for others to be able to express their views in here freely. This is a free country and should be an open forum. My views are just as valid as yours. And then that gets a bunch of likes. Someone says, sorry, not sorry. I agree with Paul. Paul was the one who just made that post. then the very next post says, someone please explain. We are all here with a $10 monthly membership, and we have to now subscribe to a different service at $15 a month to keep our current status after getting a link to the new private chat. Someone please make this make sense. So when someone said wrong, just because I don't go with you, blah, blah, blah. Kim responds to that and says, it costs money to operate on locals. Should you just be given access for free? Oh, first of all, locals they take a % of the revenue, but they're not charged you to operate on locals. He says, not what I'm saying at all. That was the response. And then someone says, seems to be the gist of it, and many are not happy about it, the $10, $15 a month fee. I want to see if Kathy's responded yet. You just said Phil is lining his pockets. Then what do you mean? This is what I keep saying. Well, technically, some of us pay $25 a month, so $15 a month would be a discount.
Gifted Moriarty 130 a subscription.
Oh, shit.
Spam gifted a tier 1 sub to Moriarty 130. They have
Thank
given
you.
9 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you for the gifted subs. Someone says, well, technically, some of us pay $25 a month, so $15 a month would be a discount. Have to speak for the ninjas. Please respond, Kathy. Others in here encourage purchasing every product that he sells. His lives have turned into an 80% sales pitch. I also feel like it's messed up to promise credits. For months, the website was down, and not to mention not getting any of the perks we were promised, and then not even mention any type of discount for locals despite charging $25 a month for months. So this is another issue that he has not addressed. So they were supposed to get special perks. They were supposed to get credit for the months that the website was down, like 4 months the website was down. He won't be able to do that on locals. Locals is just like Patreon. I can't just, even if I wanted to, I can't just make somebody a Patreon and let them use the Patreon website. Like, I can't even like make a dummy account that says it's paying $15 a month. Somebody has to pay for that, or I have to pay for it. I can't make a fake one. I could send you the link, but you still wouldn't be in Patreon. He says some of us did both. Good night, everyone. Hope to see you all on locals. Where's Kathy at? Did she ever respond to this? I'm gonna search her name. Hold on. But she did call me a hacker pretty quick.
Pebsliver Spam gifted Twinsy16 a subscription.
Uh-oh.
Spam
There's another one.
A tier 1 sub to Twinsy16. They have given 10 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you very much for the gifted sub. So she never responds to that. She never responds to that. And instead, when they called her out, she never does respond to her limiting free speech, her trying to be in charge. This guy's not a fucking troll. She never responds to any of that. Instead, she says, she comments on a video and says, what is this, Chris, a drive-by? And it says, it's a video that says Mr. Pool 519 something. Let me make sure there isn't. These are journalists being shot at. I mean, it's all in a heat map, so you can't really tell what's going on. But I don't want to show it either. And they're being shot at again. I think this might actually be from Ukraine. Anyways, it's journalists being caught up in a war. Then someone says, what is Phil's website? She responds, what is Phil's website he's shutting down? I forget, and I have a membership. And she says, philgodlewski.live. Then she tags Kelly Nixon. And Kelly Nixon says, perhaps some were more interested in what Phil had to say and don't care about the chat while he's live. I had a couple of questions because I missed the beginning, but then couldn't get off chat because I wanted to know what I missed in the beginning about chat locals. And then Kathy says, check your PM. Check your PM. Your private messages. I've sent you some private messages. And then someone says, so many on Rumble complaining, just crazy. So thankful I'm more mature and also smart enough to hear some intel too. I think Phil was silenced to not say all he wanted to. That's no surprise. Rumble was cutting off on me. And Kathy H says, I watched on D-Live. And that's the most recent thing we've got. She said she watched on D-Live. She did not respond to that guy basically calling her out and saying, I'm here. I'm going to stand up to you and protect people from these, from this bullshit. And then other people saying, I agree. Sorry, not sorry. I agree. Because she wants to shut down for everybody that disagrees with Kathy is me or one of my followers, and she wants them banned.
Roast just gifted 2 subs.
Oh shit! Thank you for the gifted subs. I appreciate it. That was from Truther Roast. She'll even go as far as tagging Phil and Carrie and say, "Oh, look, I got another one. Check these people out. They're trolls. I told you they're trolls, and here they are. You need to ban them." Now, very rarely does she actually get her way unless it's like blatantly clear that people's in there like Phil's a pedo or whatever. But she still is she's like the hall monitor, I guess. The hall monitor. Bird is a hacker. Jesus Christ. What is she said Yahoo boobies. That's a literal post she made. It says Yahoo, YAHOO, space, boobies, BOOBIES. Yahoo boob, manatee. Jesus Christ. I see no reason for threats. Who made a threat? I'm going through some of her old stuff. Improper charges, messages assistant. Gee, I'm raising the energy. My mind can't do rude and disrespect. So I guess this is probably where I got the rumor from. They stopped all charges. Really, Paul? Uh-oh. Nope, everyone who paid months for a non-functional website is now just SOL. They did not stop the charges. They did not stop the charges. When the website was down, Phil specifically came on and said, "Sorry, I can't stop them, but I'll give you free credit." That's an absolute lie. No, I just said manatee randomly, but she said Yahoo boobies. I guess it was in response. Phil always says, "Where are people from?" I made up manatee. I just said that on my own. It wasn't printed, but I think it's where he always says boobies while he's reading his chat, maybe. More interactive on locals, but this private chat will be the new one that was planned. I'm going to locals. I'll give up the coffee to be with friends. We are a long-standing family, spelled with a PH, of course. Chris, are you doing locals? She says, wow, to a deleted message. Thumbs down, really? $5 difference is a coffee. New site through locals. Are we all going? We have been told there would be about 4 to 5 hours to return home or a safe place with family. What? Agree. I read yesterday someone asked if you were not at home when the EBS occurs, what are you supposed to do? The answer was if you're at work or nearby, they would give you a certain amount of time to get home. If you were out of town or on vacation, it said that you were going to have to shelter in place wherever you are and stay put. Kathy responds and says, we have been told there's 4 to 5 hours to return home or to a safe place with family. Bullshit. No, too many people are traveling. That would cause mass hysteria. Oh, somebody's saying, shouldn't we do it on Memorial Weekend? Won't that be when they announce everything? God can turn this in one day. Not likely August, or the Patriots will not be happy. The handlers and the higher-ups watch us in this chat. Make sure you check your P's and Q's, Kathy. The handlers and the higher-ups. Someone says, I'm just talking about the last one or maybe two. Yeah, I know. He says he has personal stuff come up. We're all used to that. My original question was if his handlers are going to tell him he can't do the live, why do they wait till the last minute? Surely he has told them in advance that he had been planning on doing one. And Kathy said, the handlers and the higher-ups watch us in this chat. Jesus Christ. So that's what Kathy had to say about me being mentioned, but we'll watch in a second. I'll grab the clip. But the reason I was mentioned was obviously because the stuff that come up in the Mariah screenshot in the Field 2.0. So a rundown if you missed it when you first got here. The other day we did a show, a lot of y'all probably saw it, where I said, hypothetically, everybody has a number where they could be bought out. It might be a lot, it might be whatever. And if you don't have a number right now, you would if you were in a worse financial place or not. You don't have to be broke, but if you're just like just barely getting by, you have a number that you can be bought out at. Everybody does, okay? And I said, if Scott McKay or Phil or somebody like that came to me and said, here's money, hypothetically, here's money, don't ever talk about me again, blah, blah, blah. I have a number. You guys put me on a pedestal like I have this crazy amount of fucking this crazy level of moral standard that I can. I'm telling you, I can be bought out. It's going to be high because I think I'm worth it, but I could be bought out. Now, this is all hypothetical, but we had a person on Rumble that freaked the fuck out like as if it were real. Like as if it was real. So they're like, fuck you, I can't believe you did this. I should have known better. I can never be bought out, and I thought you were better than this. You just turned out to be a piece of shit. But this is not the first time this person has freaked out on me, so I flipped out. I lost all the patience I had, and I was like, no, fuck you. It was a goddamn hypothetical. You're over here running your goddamn mouth. You do this all the time. Whatever. So that carried on after my show. After my show, that carried on into a chat on Telegram called Phil Godlewski 2.0. It's not his old chat. It's like one where people just talk shit about him. It's a fake one. And people go in there and talk shit. There's like no moderators or some shit. I don't know what's going on. Anyways. And there's people like Robin Green, Pebbles. Some of my fans were in there. Some of my fans are in there. And that person that was on Rumble that I flipped out on was in there. And they were discussing it back and forth. Now, Mariah didn't see the show. She was asleep that night. She had to watch the replay. And when she went to the 2.0 chat, they were talking about it. And she said something about, like, I missed it, but fuck this. And she specifically mentioned Phil. And she said, if Phil wants to buy out Will with all his millions of dollars, Will's worked hard. If he's got a number, he says he has a number. Everybody does. I'm sure, blah, blah, blah. Again, this is all hypothetical. And she's like, fuck you. If you say you don't have a number, you're a liar. Same thing I said, basically. But she was mad that somebody flipped out on me, basic is what it basically boils down to. And a bunch of people screenshot that. And instead of thinking of it like as a hypothetical, which we were all discussing, the whole chat was discussing, people were saying, I've got a number, I could be bought out. And other people were saying, I couldn't be, and you'll never buy me out, or my number would be high. We were all just in a big discussion, kind of like we are right now. And it was a hypothetical. And now people screenshot that, and they were sending me messages saying like, oh my God, Phil bought you out, blah, blah, blah. It was all a hypothetical. Every bit of it was a hypothetical. But I'm sure if they sent those clips to me, they sent those clips to Phil as well. And I guess that's why someone asked Phil a question during his live stream that said, did you hire Will Bird? I haven't been hired by anybody except for you guys. You guys donate, do whatever. But he addresses it in his show. I thought it was a joke. No, I honestly think that most people who aren't independently wealthy enough, thank you, Dreamweaver, independently wealthy enough to where they don't have to worry about bills ever or payments or blah, blah, blah. I think those people all have a number. And it was probably a low number. I think people that are extremely wealthy, if you took them and put them in a situation.
Spam gifted a Ninja Master a subscription. Pebsliver Spam gifted a tier 1 sub to Ninja Master.
Thank you very much for the sub.
Given 11 gift subs in the channel.
I think if you took them and put them in a situation where, like, say you took a wealthy person who's never had to worry about the bills or never had to worry. If you took them and put them in a situation where they were living paycheck to paycheck, they would have an even lower number than most people. Well, I guess I could look at this two different ways. I think that they would hate it much worse if they've been rich like their whole life, and you took them and put them in a paycheck to paycheck struggling to get by. Like, oh, I can't eat out because that's too much money, and I got to get $5 in gas to get to work until I get paid tomorrow. Like, those people would hate it worse because they've never been in that situation. A lot of us have. If you've never had to just get enough gas to get to work on payday, like, you understand what that's like. Like, I've $3 in change to get gas to get to work, And then by the time I get off, I'll be paid and I can actually get gas more than $3 worth. Like, if you put rich people in that situation, they'd probably get bought off cheaper. But the other side to that, they might know more the value of money. Like, a poor person doesn't understand how long, if someone says, I'll give you $200,000, they don't really understand how long that'll last, right? A wealthy person will say, okay, $200,000, that can sustain me in my old lifestyle for 6 months or whatever. They might actually have a better chance of negotiating a better amount, maybe. $200,000 to someone who doesn't have any money, who's fucking broke, they'll think they can live the rest of their life off that, and then you just fucking can't. But in your mind, it seems like so much money. You're like, holy shit, yeah. But yeah, I don't know. Either way, that's why Phil addressed me. No, I'm not working for Phil. But I like I've always said, I have a number. If fucking Joe Biden come down to me and said, I never want you to talk to me again, or the U.S. government or the fucking FBI, I have a number. I'm not guaranteeing that anybody will ever hit that number. I don't even know what it is. I think I'll know it when I see it, I guess, or when I do some calculating, or I guess it depends on what I'm giving up. Like if I'm just looking the other way so the government can bury some fucking chemicals or some shit, that's probably not as high as if someone says, okay, you're going to blatantly see this going on every day, but you're not allowed to talk about it. And it's something you want to cover, but you're not allowed to talk about it ever. You got to stick by this NDA or whatever. That's probably a much higher number. But I wouldn't blame anybody that lives paycheck to paycheck, day to day, or whatever, that struggles, for saying, hell, I took a fucking $100,000 buyout. I kept my job, whatever. I don't give a fuck what that guy over there does or what they do over here or what that person does. I don't know why. Anyways, he mentioned me in the show. I don't know who asked the question, but I can almost guarantee they saw that screenshot, because that screenshot of Mariah, actually, it's been sent to me. Here it is. Let me grab it. I'll tell you exactly what Mariah said. So Mariah says she's responding to the person who called me out, right? And it says, I sure as fuck didn't appreciate it. I'm just glad I was asleep when it happened. I had to watch it happen on the replay, and I still got pissed. I've made excuse after excuse for the shitty behavior directed at my husband from you, but that was the last fucking straw. Will works his ass off 7 days a week to produce free content and depends on donations and sponsorships. If Phil wanted to throw a few million at him to buy his silence, that's between Phil and Will. Will said he has a number. Would I personally agree with it? No. But my morals aside, am I tired of fucking struggling? Yeah. You're damn straight. Does Will deserve compensation for all his hard work? Abso-fucking-lutely. It was a hypothetical. If it ever becomes more than a hypothetical, it's no one's fucking business. This person is a hypocrite to believe that she herself wouldn't have a number. Every single one of us has a number. I do too, point blank. And people were screenshotting that and sending it to me and saying, oh my God, what did Phil pay you? What blah, 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 all that, you know what I'm saying? But like, I don't know. I wish he'd send me a few million. I wish he'd send me a few million. Fuck. I wish the CIA would hire me. Everybody always calls me like a CIA agent or working for the deep state. I wish the black hats, deep state, CIA, I wish they'd all fucking put me on payroll, boys. We do this shit. But Phil addresses a couple other things that I want to correct. So let me mute this first, because I'm sure he's going to play a bunch of music. Let's see. Okay, it's already muted. I guess he just did an announcement and a Q&A, maybe.
Incoming dono clip.
Incoming dono clip. Look out. Can one of the mods grab that? If not, I can. Just let me know. There it is, I believe.
Test. Audio. Test. Y'all hear me okay over there on locals? All good. Okay. Rumblers, want to tell me if you can hear me?
Yeah, I mean, Mariah just tries to defend me. Sometimes she says stuff that I would have said. I wouldn't say that because people will screenshot it out of context and use it against me. But she just tries to protect me. By the way, Discord's open. If anybody wants to hop in and got something to say or a question to ask or whatever, I'm in the Discord just to hang out, just the regular hangout. Anybody can get in there. Maybe the Scranton Times will hire you for all their case as their internet investigator. That'd be cool.
This is Phyllis, Phil's twin sister,
Oh,
calling
no.
to let you know I'm calling in the Pete in the backyard hiding. Carrie is his handler.
Calling in the Pete in the backyard hiding. Carrie is her handler. Thank you very much. I actually found her statement to be true and not insinuating that. Yeah, but so like when I make stuff to put online, and this is only because I fucked it up before. Okay, when I put stuff online, I have to think, if I post this, what is the absolute fucking worst take that someone could have on it? So like, here's an example. Now, this got a bunch of streamers in trouble, and hear me out before you make a judgment, okay? Uh-oh.
Pebsliver Spam gifted Catty Winnes a subscription. Pebsliver Spam gifted a tier 1 sub to Catty Winnes. They have given 12 gift subs in the channel.
Cattywampus, thank you very much. So here is a thing that got a bunch of streamers a lot of heat for basically they were claiming they were supporting child corn, okay, like Cornhub. So the question was, and this is a thought experiment. This doesn't exist. This is a hypothetical. If you can't deal in a hypothetical, please don't respond because you can't deal in a hypothetical. So the hypothetical was, we know that child corn exists, okay? Horrible people have made it. It's horrible. It's traumatic. It shouldn't be allowed. No one should profit from it. No one should be able to record it or force kids to make child corn. But there's already child corn that's been made, and that corn is in the is like the FBI has it and stuff, right? They have to keep it. It's evidence, blah, blah, blah. So if it were okay and a release was signed by the kids that appeared in that child corn, because they're adults now, right? Because they're adults now. So they made it 20 years ago, and they signed a release. Would it, if it stopped real pedos from hurting children, so if it stopped somebody who's a real pedo from ever hurting a child, would it be ethical to use that child corn that was already made in the past? We're not talking about making new ones, that those people are already adults, that those people signed off on, to let these pedo people see it if it prevented them from hurting a child. Now, a lot of streamers said, oh my God, no, y'all just heard the word child corn. It's horrible. It's horrible. It's horrible. You can't make ethical child corn. And other streamers said, if it keeps a pedo from hurting a kid, and it's already been made, the damage has already been done, it's all over, like why wouldn't you do that? Because it keeps people from hurting a kid. Now, the reason I told this story, this involved a bunch of streamers a while back. When you make a post, or when you make a statement, or when you make a comment, or whatever, you have to think, it's a hypothetical, Ninja Master. It doesn't matter if you say, okay, it'll raise the stakes and then it'll get worse and worse. The hypothetical has limitations. It is, if we give them A, they will never hurt a child ever. And someone says, of course, if the guarantee is that we can never hurt a child ever, of course we give them A. It's a hypothetical, not a real situation. So you don't get like slippery slope, or what if this compounds, or what if this transforms into something. Hypotheticals, work. They have defined limits, right? No one's ever suggested this. Like it's not even real, right? It's just a thought exercise. So basically, this was called the ethical child corn problem. And a lot of streamers came out because they're like, yeah, like, I'm sorry that the original child got hurt and they made corn. But if that child's okay with it and is an adult now and signs off on it, and it keeps any future child from getting hurt, sure. But other people just heard the word child corn and they're like, oh my God, hell no, blah, blah, blah. Like throwing, I don't know. It turned into a big mess. And this has been like 3 or 4 years ago when this happened. And just today I was watching a podcast that one of these streamers was in, and someone sent in a super chat and said, hey, ask so-and-so about his ethical child corn. I bet you'll like that. Like, but it was, again, a hypothetical. I don't know.
Yes. Okay.
Right, but we're not debating whether it would work or not. The hypothetical is already... So, like, when we set up a moral hypothetical, like, let's say, okay, you have a train switch, and there's a car coming down the train, and there's a switch there, and you can either kill, one child or 10 adults, and you got to pick the switch. You don't say, like, what if a switch malfunctions? What if the car derails? What if the one child is struck by lightning and I choose to hit the 10 people and they all die? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's already set up. So, like, this would, in this hypothetical situation, this would 100% stop anybody from getting hurt, or any kids from getting hurt in the future by that person. Would it be ethical or moral to let them? You see what I'm saying?
All right. Good.
Good.
I do read the chat.
Did I turn the audio back on? Yeah.
Periodically as I'm going live, which sometimes that's what distracts me. But if this does go out, because I've been having problems with the microphone, if it does happen to go out for some reason, just tell me in the chat. Sometimes it's weird. Sometimes it goes out on locals, but then it's good on Rumble.
I look really pale today. Something's different.
Connection, it doesn't matter. But just let me know. You missed me? I'm looking good? Well, thank you. I miss you guys too.
I need to speed this up. Holy shit.
At the end of the day, I am a...
Mono underscore on underscore the underscore Hatachi just resubscribed for 10 months.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the resubscription, Mona on the Hatchie. Check her out on TikTok. That's where I'm usually at.
If you think about it, I'm a messenger, right? So if I'm told that I can or cannot do something or say something or something in that context, I simply can't do it, because what I risk if I do it is losing the source of information that we currently have, and we don't want that to happen. So I was just as disappointed, if not more disappointed than anybody was the other night when we had to cancel. On the heels of the Durham report coming out, I realized...
Oh, God. Right on the heels.
For a lot of people that may have been confusing.
Yeah, he is not very good at streaming to be a hacker, deep state, white hat agent, 007, Edward Snowden. He's not very good at streaming, is he?
With the whistleblower testimony from the FBI that just happened, I believe it was yesterday. I wanted to talk about that too. I knew it was upcoming, but it is what it is. We're here now. A couple quick announcements to make, and then we're going to get into an intel portion, as well as talk about...
Yeah, so, like, hypotheticals, at least on the internet, like if y'all ever see me debate somebody, when we set up a hypothetical, you just have to take the assumptions as true, and, they go... So if I say, hypothetically, if for certain this would never happen, would you do this? Like, you don't have to say, well, I don't know if that would actually work. Well, what if somebody didn't like this? And what if somebody decided that they were going to go against the grain? Like, you just accept the truths that are set forward, and then you try to decide whether it's moral or just, or would you do it and why? You just accept them, because it's not a real situation that, can have all this nuance to it. It's got facts that are stated.
About the Durham report and what happens now, like what's next now that the Durham report is finally, after all these years, out. So
I think I scare my audience every time I open. It's like, oh, people can call in if they want to. Nope, fuck no, I'm not. You get in there with them. I don't want to attack me.
A couple announcements to make. First of all, I made an executive decision here, and honestly, it's kind of, I don't know why I didn't do this before. Probably because I'm not that smart.
Executive decision here.
No, that can't be it. Well, depends on who you ask. Anyway, I've been having so many issues with philgodlewski.live back when my...
So, to be fair, with him talking about locals, I do think it's kind of... obviously a move in his favor to raise it to $15. Because there are more people. Anytime you have like a tiered system, okay? Anytime you have a tiered system and say some people pay 10, some people pay 20, some people pay 50. Obviously, there's going to be more paying 10 and then a little bit less playing 20, and then a little bit less playing 50. So when he goes to locals, it's kind of interesting that he's raising the price. So yes, some of his people that pay 25 will be getting a discount, but there are far fewer people paying 15 or 25 or whatever than there are people paying 10. So he'll make more money off that, I guess. I have thought about personally using locals. Right now I use Patreon. And I know a lot of people have complaints about Patreon. A lot of creators have been kicked off of Patreon. The reason that I've thought about doing locals is because it takes care of everything. Like, I don't have to do Patreon and then send you a link. I don't have to do, if I want to post there, you get a notification. I can post there. I can do videos there. I can do live streams there. I can do everything there instead of using Patreon for like the membership part and then my posts over here and my videos over there. I wish somebody would come on with a really good all-in-one one. I don't know that locals is the answer, but if someone could put that together, like when I go to Patreon, when I log into Patreon, if I hit create and I hit create a live stream, it has a live stream button. Basically what it tells me is I can use Crowdcast, which you have to pay, and that's how you keep your that's how you keep your non-subscribers out. You have to pay money for them to host your video. It's ungodly expensive, okay? It's extreme, especially if you do long live streams. If I did something short, like a 20-minute hangout or something, that wouldn't be that big a deal once a month or once a week. But if I'm trying to do a couple videos, some of our Patreon streams have went like 4, 5, 6 hours before because we just get carried away and we're hanging out and having fun. That would be an ungodly amount to try to pay to store all that and to stream to, the however many people I got on Patreon. Because you pay by basically how much data you use. So how much data you use to broadcast and store it, plus how many people come to visit and watch that video. You pay more. So like if you wanted to go watch a replay, it would cost me more each time. If I went up a tier list, you get so much for each tier you pay. So you can use Crowdcast or Vimeo. They are both extremely expensive. When Sage was around, he purchased a Vimeo package, and I was looking into it. And I think it was like $500 for the year, plus a couple other like floating charges. Maybe it was $1,000. It was something like that. It wasn't cheap. And then your only other option is to use YouTube, which is free, and you get an unlisted link. No, hold on. Let me check. The Vimeo, I forgot how much it was, so let me see.
I'm in here, so.
Oh, no, you're not. You're not in here.
Yeah.
I saw you pop up. What's up?
Nothing much.
Oh, are you?
I get people.
People are afraid of me.
Man.
Don't worry about it.
Big old teddy bear.
A teddy bear? What's that supposed to mean?
Need a poo.
Oh, okay. Okay. I'm sorry. It's $700 a month, but there's a coupon where you can get it down to a year. A coupon where you get it to $600. But if you use so much data, like if your live streams are longer or if you have a lot of viewers, that can also fluctuate. That gives you a certain number of like transactions using that data, or a certain amount of data you can burn up. If it goes over that, you still owe. But the smallest package that I could get to do live streams once a week would be about $700 a year just to get started, which is just crazy to me. And Locals does it for free. I mean, I'm assuming they make money by taking a percentage. Like the only thing they don't have is tiers. I like tiers because like the people who want to support me for no other reason than they just want to send money to me, they get a high tier. And the people that just want the free videos, they get like a $2 or $7 tier. And both of them help, but there are always people who want to send more, people who would like to pay less, and that's been great. Sage and I don't work together anymore, Chevelle. We don't work. He's doing something over on YouTube, but we don't work together anymore. Somebody's asking about you, Bull Schiffer. What did they say?
Take my med.
Did you take your RSO?
Yeah.
Why are you cutting out so much?
Uh,
Huh. You know, you sound like a robot. Weirdo.
What time did you get back to your house when you left? You left at around noon, right? And they should have been like 8:30. You got back to your house, but what time did you actually get there with the rain and traffic and stuff?
Like 11:30. After I stopped at Wawa, it's 11:30.
Oh yeah, you told me you're getting a burger or whatever. I got you.
Yeah, I was starving. It rained, dude. There was like 5 wrecks, and there was like 3 or 4 cars that was turning shit. So man, it was like go 80 miles an hour and all, and dead stop for like fucking 10, 15, 20 minutes. Damn, this sucks.
One of the worst places I've ever been with like driving in the rain is Asheville, North Carolina, man. It's like people like a drop of rain and people just start swerving off the road. It's crazy. Plus, it was a place I was warning you, like if you come back through Asheville, you have like left hand and right hand exits, like to get to my house. You have a left-hand exit that the sign isn't marked that it's a left-hand exit. And then you immediately, as soon as you make that left-hand exit, you have a right-hand exit, like within a quarter mile across 4 or 5 lanes of traffic. And there's always a wreck over in Nashville when it starts raining. It's crazy.
Yeah, it was bad. But man, I didn't want to leave, man. I love it there. It's that's my paradise, dude.
I told everybody you just left because you were bored because I slept till 10:30.
Yeah, I think I was up before you.
Mariah said that. Mariah said that you were up when she woke up, and she woke up at 10. I woke up at 10:30. But hell, we'd stayed up till like fucking. It was like 4 when we left the office.
Yeah, it was about 5:35, 5:45 or something when we laid down.
Yeah, it was late, but I slept till. She said she got up at 10 and you were already awake and talking to somebody or doing something. She heard you.
Talking to Ollie.
Oh. Talking about, was Ollie up that? Yeah, I guess they're still on kind of a school schedule, aren't they? Yeah, a lot of times, like, especially this week where, like, they're on a school schedule. So what Mariah used to do is we both stay up pretty late usually because she stays up and waits on me to get home and I stay up doing the stream. So what she usually does is she'll set an alarm, get up and get the kids and take them to school, and then she'll come back and take a nap until, she has to go into work or I get up and leave or whatever, and then I'll wake her up because we're on, like, a third shift schedule. But where the kids are still on a school schedule, Ollie come into the room this morning like we were dead asleep, and I didn't go to sleep till like 4 a.m. And we were both dead asleep. Ollie came in the room at like 6 a.m. this morning and said, "Hey, can I watch some TV in here?" And I was like, "Damn, Ollie, you got to go back to bed, dude. It's summer. What are you doing?"
Yeah, he brought me his tablet and we was watching videos.
Oh, that's his new thing. He used to not give a fuck about anybody. Like, basically, he would just ignore people like while he watched his tablet. But now lately, he's been in the habit of he wants everybody to see his tablet. He wants everybody to be part of it. He wants to show it off and make sure you watch it too. And if you're not looking at it, he'll say, "Why are you not watching? That was funny. Did you miss it?" Like he loves it.
Yeah, he was talking smack to the characters.
Oh yeah, funny. He'll make sound effects too and talk shit to them. It's funny.
Yeah, I had a good time, man.
Yeah, I had to come back sometime. We didn't get to do really anything.
It's really not that far. Like,
we
it's
go
6
to
hours to go to Atlanta. Hell yeah. Go to Fuzzy Holes.
We'll float the river and fly the drone. We didn't get to do any of that stuff. Atsuko said, "Did you take Bullshifter on a tour of your town?" I said he wasn't fucking here long enough. Like, because I took her downtown and showed her. Hell, I even showed her like where I grew up and went to school and stuff. We drove around for a while because we were just bored.
I was looking forward to my dad working hard.
Yeah, I didn't get it. I worked on it today, but I didn't get it finished. I actually ended up the one arm. So of course Nissan and all their wisdom, they put a control arm, and it's got 2 bolts. Like, it's shaped kind of like a wishbone. It's got 2 bolts that bolt to the car, and then it's got a ball joint that goes out to like where the wheel connects, right? And that's so it can go up and down with the suspension travel and still keep it straight. Well, one of the 2 bolts that's on the frame is a fucking captured bolt. You have to remove it to pull out the control arm, but you can't. There's like a literal piece of frame in the way. You can't slide the bolt far enough to get the bolt out. And all they had to do was flip it. Like, if they would have just put it in the other way, like the bolt in from the other way, it would have worked perfectly. But they put it in this one way, and you cannot get. Like, I literally had to like adjust and move some metal and shit and bend it out of the way and break it. Then I had to weld those pieces back in because I don't know if they're fucking structural or whatever.
So I had to alter a portion of the frame just to get a bolt out, and then fix it all back. But now I can put the bolt in from the other side.
Think that was a mistake at the factory?
No, well, see, I watched a video on this before I did it. I watched a video, and there's one capture. He said that he was complaining about the same thing. Why'd they put this fucking bolt in this way if it goes that way? Now, he cut his bolts, but I didn't have extra ones, so I didn't want to cut them. So I ended up cutting some other shit to get it out. But
all right, well, I didn't want to distract from the show, man. I just want to come in here and say, hey,
you're good, man. Thanks for calling in.
Yeah, I'll see you.
See you, buddy. Have a good one. All right, back at it. Here we go.
My previous developer was in charge of it. Andy, she left, or she was forced to leave.
See, now if Phil hires me, like he talks about here in a minute, I can do website development.
Depends on who you ask. Again, anyway, back when Andy was running it, there were issues from time to time, and then the new build website I was very excited about until it actually.
How do you guys say it, Bucka? Hold on, Nissen. I know I've heard Australians say it before, but I can't remember what they say. Nissen. Let me see. Hold on.
The internet the other day going, America.
Audi, Buick, Cadillac. Okay, they're in alphabetical order. Hold on.
Lexus. Mazda.
Benz.
Ishi.
Nissan.
Nissan. Mitsubishi.
Nissan.
No. Nissan
is what I guess they say in Australia. Nissan. In America, it's Nissan. I don't know what Atsuko could say. I guess how they say it. I wouldn't know. I mean, it's a Japanese car brand, so. How do you guys say it? Atsuko, Nissan or Nissan?
Started having problems. The billing system on the new PhilGodlewski.live website was just so horrendously bad. And then they tried to fix it. The web developers that I had working on it tried to fix it, and they just messed it up even more. So I started thinking, like, okay, now I got to find another website company to build another website and hope that it works this time. Why? For what? I have Locals. Locals is everything a streamer, a podcaster, a truther. Locals is everything that I would want in a website. It has live streaming. It has content. It has content plus, meaning if you're a subscriber, you get more. It has the ability to post photo albums of events that we do. It has its own private messaging board, separate from anything that Rumble or DLive have. It's a high-class operation.
He is true about that. I don't think they do tiers. You can only set one tier, which I guess I could do. I don't know if you can. Let me see. I'm gonna try to subscribe to Phil's and see if I can add more. Oh, I guess you can. You can subscribe for more, but there's no such thing as other tiers. So monthly, it's $15. It is $135 for a year, and it says save 3 months and access to content plus. So you save for 3 instead of 180, which I think is what it would be. 15 times 12, yeah. You save $45 and get it for $135 or $15 a month. But you have the option, I think, to type in more. Like, yeah, I can put in 200, or I could put in if it was monthly, I could put in 50. But the vast majority of people won't do that. They'll just sign up for whatever price you have there. That's why I like having tiers, because it gives them something to click on, right? They'll think, oh, well, I want, the bigger package, or I want free merch, which we need to do that again. I need to get Nissan is Raymond. I've seen Nissan noodles. You're right. Nissan is a car. Gotcha.
And it's only $15 a month for all of that. I could hold private lives on there for my subscribers. I could do.
Atsuko, I need you to go to the mod chat or somewhere. Send me in a private message. I need you to record yourself saying Nissan and send it to me so I can play it for everybody. Oh, you're in the chat. How do you say it, Atsuko? think she's got me muted. Damn you, Atsuko. Oh, there you go.
Here
How do
we
you
go.
say Nissan?
Nissan.
Nissan?
Mitsu. No. In Japanese, the pronunciation would be Nissan. Nissan.
Okay. So it kind of
And-
falls off. Like I'm putting an emphasis on the end of it, like Nissan,
Right,
like on.
right.
But you it kind of falls off. Like you don't it's not a hard N at the end, right? Okay. Now what if you're gonna say it in English? How would you say it? Like if you're gonna say it here in the States and you say, "Oh,
States, I
Will,
would
you
say
should buy
a
a Nissan."
Buy
Okay.
Nissan.
Good deal. At least it's not Nissan or whatever Bucko said.
Or Mitsubishi would be in English, and Mitsubishi is in Japanese.
Okay, and Toyota is the same way. We say the same.
Toyota.
Yeah, you guys put a lot of
Toyota.
emphasis on the T, but yeah, Toyota.
Mhm.
What I don't guess is there any, what about Habusa? Is that's a Japanese motorcycle, isn't it? Habusa? That's
no,
not
I
a
don't
brand,
think
it's like a model. It's like a famous
Oh,
model, I
okay.
guess.
How about like Subaru? You know Subaru?
Subaru, yeah. I like
Yeah.
Subarus.
That would be Subaru.
Okay, Subaru. Okay, that makes
Mhm.
sense. It has like inflection on a different portion of the word.
Right.
But it's kind
right.
of it's
Every,
kind of this, it's so
yeah.
we're just saying it the way we read it, and you guys put inflection on it. I got you.
Or
So
Kawasaki.
a Habusa is a Suzuki. Suzuki is the Japanese.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Right. So Suzuki and Suzuki would be in English.
Someone said Kawasaki.
Kawasaki would be Kawasaki.
Okay. Hold on.
What else?
What does when you make those boxes, those bento boxes, what does that mean?
Mhm.
What does the word mean? Bento.
The bento box would be like a lunch box in, every, like you would have rice and the actual like food.
Okay.
With
So it's just kind of a kind of like a meal to go, like a lunchbox, right?
right,
'Cause
a meal.
I've seen it actually I've seen it on menus. They'll say bento boxes, and it'll be like they'll have them numbered, like what comes in them or whatever.
So it's in one package, one box, and you would have the rice on one side and all the, meat or vegetables cooked on the other side.
All right, I got a list of names. Isuzu.
Isuzu, right? Isuzu.
Yeah. Honda. Do you say Honda different?
Honda would be Honda. More like Honda.
Yeah, I got you. Yamaha.
Yamaha. It's so like plain, like the pronunciation is like no ups and downs, like really flat,
It's just I guess it's weird how like I just don't expect the inflection in certain places where you're putting it, like Toyota. Like Toyota to me, it just has like one solid inflection, but like when you say it, it's really heavy on like the T and the Y, like both the consonants. It's like a hard inflection on them.
Right. So Toyota.
Yeah. Or Acura. Does Acura have one?
Acura. No, Acura だったっけ? No, we don't have Acura in Japan, but it would be Toyota Acura, like straight.
So here in the U.S., Acura is like the fancy Hondas. You know how like Toyota Lexus, it's Honda Acura. It's like the nicer.
Oh, it's
like
Honda.
They make the same cars but nicer. Yokohama, that's a tire brand, I think.
It is a tire brand. It's also a city name. Yokohama.
Oh, okay.
Yokohama.
Okay.
It's like
and
straight. No, it's like flat.
Kubota. That's heavy. That's some heavy equipment there.
Oh
Kubota.
yeah. Kubota.
I like that. It definitely has inflection in different places for sure.
Daihatsu. Yeah, Sean. Daihatsu. Daihatsu.
Yeah. Yeah, I just saw that one too, but he brought it up. I've seen some of those. They make like little bitty cars and trucks. At least for the U.S. market, they make little bitty, almost like tiny little dump trucks and little cars. Komatsu.
Komatsu.
Yeah,
Komatsu.
and it has an apostrophe before the SU.
Oh, they do.
Yeah, but it's a heavy equipment brand, but it's
Right.
Komat apostrophe S. Well, maybe that's just part of their. I'm looking at their logo. Maybe that's not in there, but in their logo, it looks like it is an apostrophe. Lexus, Infiniti, Subaru, Suzuki, Nissan, Honda. That's all the brands I've got right now. Well, I guess unless you go into like electronics, like Panasonic and Sony. Do you say any of those or Fujitsu?
Fujitsu and Panasonic. Panasonic would be.
It just sounds like you sound that really. It just sounds like you just say that as awkward as possible. Panasonic, like that. That was a weird one.
Panasonic would be Panasonic. Panasonic.
Oh, what about Seiko? Those are watches, right? Seiko, Seiko.
Seiko.
I'm starting to get
Seiko.
it. Kyocera? Kyocera.
Kyocera. Who said that? Who said Kyocera?
I do it wrong. I always when I know they're like electronics. I had a phone that was, but I always say Kyocera, like KYR instead of KYO. But I just saw it spelled and I corrected it.
Right, Kyocera.
Vaio. That's a computer brand. VAIO.
Vaio.
Okay. I think that's about it as far as like Fuji, Fujifilm or Fuji Xerox.
Fujifilm.
Oh, Hitachi.
Hitachi. Sharp.
Toshiba.
Toshiba.
I like it. Liam will like it. I'll make him listen to this part.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, please.
Thank you very much, Isuko, for pronouncing all those words for us. So you're like an animal in the zoo.
You're welcome.
I want to keep you. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Goodbye, everyone.
See you guys. All right, back to Phil. Let's see what he's got.
Do a number of things on locals. I don't know why I'm trying to fiddle around with two different websites. Local.
Yeah, he's not wrong about this locals thing. Like, it would decomplicate his life, but I don't think he should have made the promises he did.
So I was on the internet.
You know, he's always trying to make himself look more important, like he's doing more than what he actually is. So he probably shouldn't have made those promises, and then only to bail on them.
My philgodlewski.locals.com website and then another philgodlewski.live website. It makes no sense. I don't know why I've been doing that. I think it's because I wanted to stick with the philgodlewski.live brand that I've been building up. You know, we got the email address and whatever else, but there's no reason for it.
And just forward that.
For anyone that has been subscribed to philgodlewski.live, you're no longer subscribed. We canceled every single account. If you were billed in the past, you're not going to be billed in the future. And if you are, my assistant will take care of that if there's still some weird issue with the billing problems that we were having. So my new website to replace philgodlewski.live is now philgodlewski.locals.com. Everything we have, every perk that we have, from the newsletter to the giveaways to...
Let me know if he says something wild. I'll be right back.
Anything that we have going on is going to happen now on locals. There's no reason for me to reinvent the wheel. I'm not going to reinvent the wheel. I was trying to reinvent the wheel, and I don't know, suddenly something just kicked in and told me, what are you doing? So if you want to be a subscriber to my website, all you have to do is go to philgodlewski.locals.com. That is now my website. Everything will be on there. I will be doing editorials where it's kind of like a blog instead of like videos like this where I do live streams. I'm going to be writing stuff too. Sometimes in the form of a flip book, which is kind of like a newsletter, which is what we were calling it on the other site. Some other times in the form of, you know, just a regular blog. So if you're not yet signed up for locals, you could go ahead and do so. If you are, you have to do nothing at all. If you don't want to be a subscriber to any platform and pay anything to see my live streams, you don't have to do that either, because my live streams are free on Rumble as well as free on DLive. No one's going to make you sign up for anything just to see my content. I've made a promise very early on. Holy moly, there's a lot of...
I've thought about doing this. We actually some of my mods can validate this. I'm not just saying it because Phil's saying it, but I've actually talked about doing something like this to where even on the Patreon shows, like everybody could see the show, but I would only pay attention to the chat for the page. So like, let's say I did locals. I could broadcast on locals and Rumble, and you could watch the show for Rumble on free. But if you paid for Patreon, I could actually engage with you. Locals. I would engage with you. That'd be the chat. That'd be the people I take questions from. That'd be people I talk to their comments. That'd be people that I engage with because they're at the paid tier. Everybody else would just get the video for free. But we've went back and forth over that, because right now the way it is like all the free content goes to everybody, and then the Patreon content is kind of separated on its own thing. You have to be a patron or a Twitch subscriber for some of the levels, but the top tier is just Patreon by itself. And if I want to release those videos, I tell people, hey, this is a Patreon video. You guys are getting the first crack at it. You're gonna be live here, but I'm gonna be releasing this video, in a couple weeks or whatever after you all have watched it. But yeah, that's not a bad idea. If you give, as long as you give something special to the actual people that are paying for your content.
People watching tonight. Wow! Someone just asked on Rumble, and
I like the reason that mine's set up the way it is as far as websites is I like having one name you can go to. So I'm Cold Beer Confessional. You can find me on coldbeer.live. The reason it's .live is because I live stream, right? Coldbeer.live. And if you want to support us, it's coldbeer.fund. Coldbeer.fund, like a GoFundMe or to fund the show. So you have coldbeer.live for the live show, coldbeer.fund to fund the show, and I'm Cold Beer Confessional about everywhere you can find me.
I'm not really getting into questions right now, so hold them until the end.
God damn, his teeth are white, bro. God damn. Phil got his teeth whitened. Have you guys ever seen that? Let me see if I can find a clip. I probably have to show it silently so I don't get copyright struck, because this is a big deal. Well, I'm not broadcasting on YouTube. Let's check this clip out. This is what it reminds me of. You guys ever watch Friends? I'm sure you have. Right now, I just saw him on the screen. I'm gonna back up so you get this glimpse at him, but be looking for him.
Wow. Someone just asked on Rumble, and I'm not really
teeth
right now, so hold them until the end. We might do a Q&A at the end of this too. See how much time we have left.
Very bright.
Private chat. I'm gonna put. We are still going to have a Telegram private chat, and it is going to be private for only subscribers now to locals. The old chat that still exists right now, that's going to be shut down probably within a week. Once it is shut down, there'll be a new link listed in locals, but you'll have to be a subscriber to see it. There'll be a link and a password, so not password, but an invite link in the channel. I could control that easily to monitor the flow of trolls, because sometimes somebody subscribes, gets the link, and spreads it to 1 million people. Well, that's fine. Go ahead, spread it. My moderators will ban you, and then we will just put a new link up. I'll just generate a new link. Easy. If you want to subscribe again and pay me $15, I'll take the money. Because I love money. I spend it. Anyway, that was real stupid. I thought it was funny, and then I realized how dumb it was after I did it.
But so it isn't. First of all, it isn't funny. It's the truth, and you can't help but say it. And then you realize that people are going to take that and realize it's the truth. And then you have to say, oh, that was supposed to be a joke, and I shouldn't have done it. But you do love money, and you do spend it. So what is the disconnect here? I think he says 20 million watching is what somebody told me. I don't know.
That's a problem that I have. I do dumb things, and at the time that I do them, I think they're good. They're good things. And then I'm like, oh, man, that was really, I don't think I should do that ever again. Anyhow, I hope at least one person laughed at that. That was supposed to be funny. Oh, I get all LOLs, and you guys are just trying to make me feel good on locals now. Okay, so anyway. No, but really, we will have still a Telegram private chat, the one that you are in now, if you are in the private chat, not the public chat, not the one that says, what's it called? What do I got it named? I change the name all the time, so who knows? There's Phil Godlewski 3.0, but that is my announcement channel. Then there's Godlewski Group Chat 3.0. That is the public chat. There are currently 51,000 something members in the public chat. The 3.0 channel on Telegram has 392, holy cow, I went up, 392,000 members in it right now. That's private only, well, it's public, but only I can post there. There is a third channel, which is the private Telegram channel. members in it right now. That's private public chat. The 3.0 channel on Telegram has 392. Holy cow, that went up. 392,000 members in it right now. That's private only. Well, it's public, but only I could post there. There is a third channel, which is the private Telegram channel. You have to have an invite link to get in there. The only way you'll get that invite link, if you don't have it already, is through locals. I'll have it posted tomorrow, now that I made this announcement. And if you're not in there yet, you will be. If you're in the old channel, you got to leave it to go to the new one. It's a new channel altogether because I have to purge all the previous members. My apologies for all the issues that we have with Godlewski.live. The problem is the traffic to the website is enormous. The content that we're trying to load on the website is huge. So when you have these issues that are fighting, the actual inner workings of the website, so then this is what happens. Now, Locals has none of those problems. Locals is a major platform. It's cheaper than most of the other subscriptions. On average, the other subscriptions were on .live. So I talked enough about this, and I just realized that I spent way too much time on it. So I can't even imagine how many people are out there saying, "Get to the point!" My mouth doesn't look the same. I have my teeth whitened.
No, they're saying no new intel. A bunch of people said they turned it off halfway through. Your mouth looks... I had my teeth whitened. You couldn't tell? Look like chiclets.
So I'm trying to look like, dapper, like as if I could do any better than I currently am.
I think you went too white, bro. You went too white.
That was a joke. Also not funny. Anyhow, yeah, my teeth were whitened. How to live.
Fake as fuck, dude. Those don't even look like real teeth, bro. Newborns, or I guess young kids, brand new teeth aren't that white. Virgin elephant tusk isn't that white. A fresh powdered snow when you wake up in the morning isn't that fucking white. Jesus Christ, bro. If I was you guys, I would not screenshot this, okay? I would not screenshot this. I would just keep going.
I think they look like really white. I'm going to have to not brush for 2.5 years just to get them back to the normal bone color. Actually, this is bone color. But it's not teeth.
So my sister, actually, when she was going to see a dentist, and was going to get her teeth whitened for her wedding. And the dentist found out that it was for her wedding, and as a wedding gift to her dentist, gave her veneers. Was like, well, let's just do this instead, and it gave her veneers. But they actually did a shade of not perfect newborn fucking Pegasus white. Okay. They did a shade that a normal adult would have from having these teeth for 20 years or 30 years. This is crazy.
Teeth color, not in my opinion anyway.
This color's crazy.
Really kill for those teeth, but I don't know. Are they fake? No, they're not fake. No, they're white. They're very white. No, they're the same exact teeth I've always had. Go back and look at pictures. Same teeth. Anyway, I don't know why we're talking about teeth now. See what I mean? I'm distracted. What else we got tonight? Okay, that's it. Thanks for tuning in. See you when I see you.
Who didn't know ads? Everybody gets ads tailored to them, just like on YouTube. If you happen to be looking up something through Google, you'll probably get an ad about that.
Also, not funny. Damn. Okay, that's it. Thanks for tuning in. See you when I see you. Just kidding. Also, not funny. Damn. I have a major announcement to make. Major. When I saw these numbers, I couldn't believe it. I actually had to go in and look at it one by one.
Okay.
Just to satisfy my own curiosity.
Let's go.
We have... This is freaking mind-boggling. I'm so proud of this number. We have now had over 100,000 401k or IRA rollovers through goldquiz.com. 100,000 rollovers. That means not the total.
So just so you know, if this were true, if this number that he's espousing is true, and we would, on average, give him about, 500,000 is probably the average rollover. It's probably the average rollover. You have to have at least 50,000. Most people have about 500,000. So on 500,000, he gets 5% of that. That's 25,000. And he claims there's been 100,000 of them. 100,000 times 25,000 is what? That's 2.5 million he would have made from just making a website that either says if you have $50,000 in savings or I'm sorry, in 401k, it says Goldco, and if you don't, it says Phil Silver. That'd be 2.5 million. Now, I'm sure he's exaggerating these numbers, but still, he gets about 5%, and I would say the average is probably around 500,000.
Amount of money rolled over. Just wait to hear that one. 100,000, over 100,000 individual people or families or however you want to categorize it. There's been over 100,000 rollovers total. Now, that's impressive. What's more impressive? The average rollover of those 100 and some thousand, $402,000.
So there you go. I don't doubt that number right there. 402,000 times 0.05. Uh-oh, 0.05. So on average, Jesus Christ. On average, he makes about $20,100 per. Jesus Christ.
And some change. $402,000 times 100,000 rollovers. Anyone want to do the math on that? It's $40 billion. $40 billion has been rolled over from the failing dollar, the failing fiat dollar, to press.
Oh, you're right. Billion. Did I say million? You're right. It's billion. 2.5 billion.
I am so proud of every single one of you that took that leap, diversified your portfolio, and got in early before the big stuff started to happen.
So I don't think he did 100,000 of these. I don't at all. I don't think he has 100,000 people watching him. But let's just say he's done, I don't know, let's say he's done 1,000 of them, okay? Let's say he's done 1,000 of them, and he makes 20,100 on average times 1,000. That's $20 million. Oh, so if we do 20,000, which is what it is, 20,100 times, if he done 1,000 of these rollovers, he's made $20 million. And it wouldn't be hard to get 1,000 rollovers if you have 100,000 people watching you. You know what I mean?
Now you saw for the last few weeks now.
Yeah, we've already corrected that.
Last several weeks, all the big bank failures across the United States. I share every single day on Telegram. I share many different expert opinions about how there's more to come, many more to come. There was an article that I shared today that it's not just these regional banks that are going to be affected. What they're predicting now is it's going to go up the chain to the Wells Fargos and the Bank of Americas and the JP Morgan Chase and all the bigger ones. And when that happens, that'll start to affect local banks, the smaller ones. We could very well be in for a complete collapse of the financial system as we know it. And to take $40 billion out of the hands of the Federal Reserve and into God's money, gold and silver, that
God's money.
Incredible accomplishment. That
God's money.
I'm so blessed to be able to sit here and give you a website. You click the website, and not only did you do your part, and I did my part by advertising it, you did your part to help take down this cabal. Thank you so much, Dilem8203. That was a $500 donation. Thank you. It says you provide a really good service, the best online, me and SG and on. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Those are very kind words. I don't think I've ever had a Rumble rant that big, $500 bucks. So, okay, hold on. I got to ban this guy. I love banning people. I
don't think he gets 10%. I know that people have said that, but I mean, I talked to Goldco. I don't think he gets 10%.
Anyway, it's an amazing accomplishment, and I'm really happy to be in this position to make a difference and to put you guys in a better position as we go forward with the new financial system. Super proud of you. And if you haven't yet, you still have time to roll over that 401k or the IRA. The website, we should all know about.
He doesn't do anything, though, Jarbones. He doesn't do anything. It's only like an affiliate fee. All he does is he has a website that you go to, Gold Quiz, and if you have $50,000 or more in 401k, it recommends you go to Goldco, and it gives you a number or a link that's got his cookie attached to it. And if you don't, he goes to Phil Silver. So he doesn't actually do anything with the rollovers.
Right now it's goldquiz.com, goldquiz.com. It'll ask you a brief 5-question questionnaire just so you're routed properly. And then
I mean, it's a good market to get in because so you're guaranteed If you make 5%, the minimum that could be rolled over is 50,000 times 0.05 is $2,500. So if you get the guaranteed, if you can get people to roll over, if it's $50,000 minimum, which is what Goldco has, is $2,500 every time.
After that questionnaire, you will be directed to a vendor who could best fulfill your needs. $40 billion rolled over to metals. Absolutely amazing.
I think I saw they just started, or they didn't just start, but you know how Donald Trump has a show on Rumble? That's Goldco's his sponsor as well.
That number, especially if you were part of it, and even if you weren't part of it because you weren't eligible to roll over or whatever, you should still be proud because we are systematically taking down the cabal one iota at a time.
One 401k at a time, we're taking down the cabal. One 5% commission at a time, we're taking down the cabal.
What was I going to say next? Oh. I guess, I don't know. Maybe.
No intel.
Do I? Tell me. Yeah? Okay. If I were stupid, I would violate my probation. Because if you violate your probation, you could go back to jail. There are rumors going around that I'm about to be arrested. Again, I know, another Phil arrest. Here we go, right? It's supposed to happen every single week, and for some reason it never happens. Maybe that's because I'm not breaking the law. I don't know. Might have something to do with that. Anyway, there's rumors going around that because I'm getting married out of the country in June, I guess the probation office is going to circumvent that and prevent it by arresting me before the violation, which makes no sense at all. There's this little thing that, well, there's two little things. Number one, it's called logic. And number two, the second thing is called permission. So logically speaking, you can't arrest somebody before a crime or a violation in this case. Number two, I could get permission to go anywhere. I just have to ask for it. I've always done that in the past. Every time I leave the state, I do that in the past. Why am I on probation? I had a misdemeanor conviction back in 2021. Made a couple mistakes. Don't want to really
bouncing a check while you're a crypto millionaire.
Get into
your stories don't add up.
It had to do with we were in a bad financial situation, me and my ex, and both of us made a couple mistakes, and I ended up taking the brunt for it. Nonetheless, I got hit with a probation sentence shortly after that, and I'm still on probation to this day. Now, rumor has it that my probation is soon ending anyway. I know that makes a lot of people angry, but it's true. It's something called good behavior, and I haven't violated anything, and I've been really good with my reportings and stuff like that. So people are always trying to get your mind focused off of my message, what's coming out of my mouth. They're trying to get your mind off of it by distracting you with all of this bullshit about Bill's getting arrested. And you know what hurts me? And it really, truly hurts me.
How?
Anger me because they aren't that important to me. But some of the rumors that are being spread are from people that I used to call friends. I don't even know what to call it. I could tell you this, though. I do know how Trump feels from being, betrayed and I don't want to say fooled by people, but.
So gold coal has been exploding. I think it's mostly from, the gold coal as a company has been exploding. I think it's mostly from the economic times we have. Plus, they started partnering with a ton of fucking big YouTubers and or big content creators. If content creators are telling you you're going to lose all your money if you don't do this, and you believe that, who the fuck wouldn't do that? You know what I'm saying? Like, if I honestly believed I was going to lose all my money because I believed this guy or someone else, all my money in the stock market, of course I'd roll it to something else. But their growth rate, they were just featured. Goldco was featured in a magazine a few months back, some type of financial magazine. Somebody sent it to me. But their growth rate for the last 2 years was 430%. 430%. Yeah, Glenn Beck has promoted Goldco for a while. And they sponsored Donald Trump Jr.'s new show on Rumble.
I know exactly. It's funny how eerily similar his situation is to mine. Accused of all these things, sexual assault, rape, spy, eerily similar. His fooled by people, but feels from being, betrayed and let's call it. I could tell you this, though. I do know how Trump feels from being, betrayed and I don't want to say fooled.
Feels just like Trump.
I know exactly. It's funny how eerily similar his situation is to mine. Accused of all these things, sexual assault, rape, spy, deep state operative. How many times have you heard that about Trump? Now, ask yourself, how many times have you heard the same thing about me? Isn't that funny?
Okay, here it is. It's Inc. Company profile, and it says number 45 Gold Code Direct, precious metals company offering guidance on precious metal IRAs as well as direct sales of gold and silver. Industry is the financial service. They were founded in 2006. They're in Calabasas, California. The leadership is Trevor Gertz, goldco.com, LinkedIn profiles, and their Twitter handle. And it says Goldco is a precious metal. Goldco Precious Metals is a wholesaler of precious metals, helping clients convert their IRA and 401k retirement accounts into precious metals, IRAs, and delivery of gold and silver to clients direct to their home as a method to protect assets in a cash position. Now, they have been honored in the Pacific region of Inc., where Inc. does company profiles and they list the top companies in the area. In the Pacific region, they have been honored as the number 45 top company for 2023 in the Pacific region. 430%, 429% growth in the last 2 calendar years. 430% growth in the last 2 calendar years. And it says, as far as the Inc. 5000, Inc. 5000, they're 45 this year. That last year they were 919. The year before that they were 3774. Year before that they were 3782. Year before that they were 670. Okay, so they took a little dip and it looks like they're coming back. Year before that they were 528, and year before that they were oh, it doesn't list it. Okay. So they were higher, and now it looks like they're coming back. The highest they've ever been, they're number 45 in the Inc. 5000 for the Pacific region. What did it call it? Regional Pacific. Crazy.
Am I Trump? I don't know. No, not Trump. But that would be, it's amazing how parallel it seems our stories run. To set your mind at ease, I have not broken the law at all. Ever since I started.
He's just like Trump. False accusations. People hate him. People yell at him. People are mean to him. He's just like Trump.
Doing live streams, and I've made sure that everything is straight as an arrow. I crossed every T, I dotted every I, and I have no intentions of doing anything that is anywhere close to illegal. I have no reason to do that.
He said he's getting off for good behavior early or whatever.
And I won't. So if anybody is jabbing out there and telling you all this crap, it's just crap. That's all it is. And another thing, just again back to logic. A police department or any agency that has the ability to arrest somebody isn't going to tell somebody that calls in that, oh yeah, we're going to arrest them next week. But that's not how it works. They can't comment on an ongoing case, especially an investigation into someone that's about to be arrested. And they're certainly not going to tell you that it's going to happen. It's just the logic gets thrown out the window by this group. And you guys know who you are. And I know you know who you are. And don't worry, I'll see you soon. Way sooner than you think. All I could say to those people is, God sees what you're doing. You're not hiding it. You may be hiding it and disguising it to your new circle, but you're not hiding it from him.
God sees what you're doing. Calling my local police station, asking when they're going to arrest me for traveling out of the country.
You will.
I'll see you sooner than you think, because God sees you.
Be judged. And it will.
By God.
That's all I got to say about that. One more ad, Field of Greens. They got some new products on their website, fieldofgreens.com, fieldofgreens.com. If you use my name as the promo code, Phil as the promo
well, I don't know what the term is, but they cut my probation short. They knocked 3 months off mine. So I don't know what the term is, but they commuted it or whatever. They knocked 3 months off mine when I was on probation. Not parole, but probation.
Promo code, you're going to get 15% off of your order. It's all organic stuff. Tastes phenomenal. I've been taking it 4 or 5 times a week.
Yeah, the DEA's moving in now. I think that's why he's trying to get close to me. He wants to throw me off the scent. The DEA will be here any minute.
Just as a regular drink, because honestly, it tastes like juice. You get full servings of your fruits and vegetables without having to eat all these fruits and vegetables. Imagine having to eat 6 apples a day. Not going to happen. 1 drink, down the hatch. And it tastes delicious. So if I were you guys, if you haven't checked out Field of Greens yet, I would definitely do so. I myself could vouch for it as an actual customer. I'm a repeat customer of theirs. And
Field of Greens, baby.
You guys are wrong in terms of something that's good for your health. So fieldofgreens.com.
I was dating you when you made your final PO payment. Yeah, I paid them off early. And they knocked, like, they told me if I would finish paying my fees, they'd knock the rest of the 3 months or whatever off.
You're going to want to enter promo code Phil at checkout. PHIL, doesn't matter, uppercase, lowercase, makes no difference. You will get 15% off of your order. All right, let's get into some Intel stuff.
I think it was just like $35 or $55 a month. Plus, if they had me take a drug test, it was like $50 for that or something.
Phil, get some black lights to illuminate your...
Will, are you under surveillance by Phil's lawyers? So here's the best that I can figure from talking to people in Phil's law firm. The one screenshot he shared that had like timestamps, billable hours that had my name in it was because the 2 interviews that I've done with Phil, one when I was questioning him on Telegram, one when I questioned him on my show, those have been submitted as evidence. And because they've been submitted as evidence, Phil's lawyers had to watch them, and that's what that was about. Apparently, they have to watch them and make sure, because I'm sure they're not going to play my video. They're probably going to have a transcript, and someone has to validate the transcript, right? You wouldn't just assume that it's going to be correct.
Next live? I don't think so. It's a little... Maybe I will. I don't know. Wow, the Dalem person that gave me that $500... Wow. Rumble Ramp before just gave me another $400 one. That's going to make some heads pop tonight. I look so much like Snowden tonight, especially with the glasses. There was a young photo of the guy that leaked the Pentagon documents on MSNBC today, and it could have been your twin. That's interesting. I don't know.
That's right. Cold brew confessions.
We got about like 25 of them to give away. I can do the coin winners if you want.
I don't know if they have the...
To get into the Intel first. Oh, guys, Sammy220 said this guy is a scammer. I swear, that's what he said. Yeah, Intel. Yeah, everyone's saying no. Intel. Gotcha. Mark Poole. Gotcha. It's weird being called a different name than your actual name when it first happens, because someone will be calling you and you just won't respond because you don't think they're talking to you, but they are trying to anyway. That was weird for a long time. We are up to 19.2 million people watching right now. That is phenomenal. Now you're starting to see how we get $40 billion rolled over into precious metals. Great stuff. All right, let's get to some Intel, and then we're going to talk about the Durham report a little bit. Last week, I reported on an episode, one of my live streams called The Oranges, that there was a major, very recognizable suicide that had occurred, not on our side, but on the Deep State Cabal side. A lot of speculation on all of my channels as to who it was.
Okay.
Some people got it right. Most people got it wrong. Excuse me. It was a major blow for their side. I had mixed feelings about it, knowing who it is. I had mixed feelings about it because I wanted this person to be brought to justice. I feel like, the ending of their life.
Okay, so listen. It says that they could have that if you have a gold IRA, that it can be invested in actual physical materials, bullion or coins, or traded as precious metals related securities on the stock market. So at least from Investopedia, I guess, it says that they could have physical gold, which could be coin or bullion, or it could be like gold futures, silver futures, precious metal related securities can be part of that too. From traditional retirement, although rules involving this like contribution limits, distributions remain the same. Investor company go as their broker, dealer, or a custodian. Or precious metal or other precious metals as an investment. You said about IRA, pre-tax, self-directed IRA holders. Higher fees. Annual contributions are capped by the IRS. That's basically all it says here. Gold IRA funds can also be invested in gold-related paper investments, such as ETFs, futures, stock and gold mining companies, precious metal mutual funds, precious metal commodity futures. So that's allowed too, I guess.
I guess that's justice, but
I don't know. I'm not an expert on that, but I wouldn't trust any company that is affiliated with this. And it seems like there are people, like they might be lying, but there are people that say that they've lost like fucking 40% of their 401k just in transferring and rolling it over, which would be a crazy amount. Like obviously you're going to lose 5% to Phil and probably 5% to the company, but damn, 40%?
Or executed the right. You know, it was a major blow for their that there was a major, very recognizable suicide that had occurred. We're starting to see how we get $40 billion rolled over into.
Here we go.
Precious metal watching right now. That is phenomenal. Not weird for a long time.
19 million.
19.2 million people watching right now. That is phenomenal. Now you're starting to see how we get $40 billion rolled over into.
So even if his numbers were that high, he's broadcasting in multiple places. He would at least have to do the math. He wouldn't just be able to look down and see it, and he never does.
Great stuff. All right, let's get to some intel, and then we're going to talk about the Durham report a little bit. Last week, I reported on an episode, one of my live streams called The Oranges, that there was a major, very recognizable suicide that had occurred. But on the deep state cabal side. A lot of speculation on all of my channels as to who it was. Some people got it right. Most people got it wrong. Excuse me. It was a major blow for their side.
Major blow.
Mixed feelings about it, knowing who it is. I had mixed feelings about it because I wanted this person to be brought to justice. I feel like, you know, the ending of their life, I guess that's justice, but I personally would have rather see them in a jail cell or executed the right way, not by choice. But I guess we don't make those decisions. God does. So there have been two more. There have been two more very high-profile suicides of the cabal.
Okay, two more.
You know, and
got it.
It's really, it's scary how accurate Q has been. Scary more than
it's terrifying. So accurate because basically he said nothing, and we can assert that it's everything.
Those of you that don't know and haven't followed Q very much or even at all, there seems to be still some cognitive dissonance around the fact that the mainstream media calls Q followers pedophiles and, you know, white supremacists and lunatics. The mainstream media tried to paint that portrait unsuccessfully, I believe, but there's some people that think that's still the case. For those of you that may have been in that boat and you haven't really jumped over to the full, you know, thought process on what Q has done for our movement, Q has been talking about Suicide Weekend for years.
Holy shit. And now it finally happened. How it finally happened.
Suicide Weekend.
Bill called it out. It finally happened.
So many of the things that Q has talked about in the past have shown themselves. Q was showing pictures of the White House, like the letterhead of the White House, next to the pen that Trump uses on the Resolute desk. How do you do that? Unless you're someone inside the administration, right? Q was a information dissemination, program to educate and
decimation
with the truth.
I meant dissemination.
To circumvent the mainstream media and educate a grassroots movement, which is you. And many of the things that Q talked about for many years happened right before our eyes, including Durham. One of the last post after election fraud, before Q didn't post for something like 1,700 days after.
And didn't happen. So
it was a one-word post, which is ironically the title of maybe not.
Chester Bennington re-died.
Durham. That's all he said. Durham. Last week, when we talked about the oranges in that episode and the episode before that, I don't know what it was titled. I'm actually going to look. One of them was Run 'em, and the other one was Rapid Fire. We talked about the need for a catalyst. We talked about a much accelerated pathway. A much accelerated path of events.
Okay.
That were going to happen between now and the end of June.
Got it.
And then
now and the end of June.
Shortly after that, from the end of June into July, finito, done, gone, finalized. That's it. But everyone was saying, I remember reading the comments and then even reading the comments afterwards, both on Telegram and Rumble and others, that, well, if all of this is going to start accelerating soon, what kicks off that major event? Like, what is the thing that, is going to be, boom, like, okay, now it's going to go and just keep rolling? Durham.
Oh.
Posted after the election fraud, one of his last...
That makes sense.
...years. Durham. And this past week, obviously, if you live under a rock, you would have missed the drop of the Durham report, which occurred on Tuesday. I don't really think many of us have yet grasped the full scope of how important the Durham report is. Everybody's out there saying right now, and I read the comments all the time, especially in the Telegram chat, and I feel the pulse of you guys, and I see where your mind is, and that's why I was really disappointed I couldn't go live the other night. I really felt like we needed a come to Jesus talk, I think a lot of you out there right now are looking at the Durham report and you're saying, oh, all of this happened? Okay, we already knew all that happened. Trump has been telling us that for years. Witch hunt, hoax, Russia, blah, blah, blah. He's been telling us all that. We know, we believe him. So why do we need Durham to tell us that? Why do we need Durham to tell us that? Because
the normies. Gotta wake up the normies.
A district attorney. Okay?
Oh.
Doesn't have
murder. That is a throwback. Murder.
Power to initiate arrests, but he could initiate subpoenas, right? Now that these theories, conspiracy theories, have been thrust out in the open.
Yeah, they moved Phil's probation, is what I heard, he moved to Shavertown address, and they moved his shit for the county to Luzerne County, I think.
Now and only now could there be action. There couldn't be action before. It was all conjecture.
No. He was in Lackawanna, now he's in Luzerne.
Make an arrest or, put an indictment together or any of that. Couldn't do that. Now that the Durham report is out, you could. In fact, almost simultaneously to the Durham report coming out, you have people that were FBI agents telling you how bad the FBI is. And if you have an opinion politically, this just happened yesterday, they were being...
Nothing he ever says comes true, and you'll notice that. I mean, he'll try to say, like, oh, I said this was... So, like, now, he's like, oh, a huge unaliving of a deep state cabal person. It's huge. I know who it is. Everybody would know them, but I can't tell you because then everybody would know that. But nothing came out. That's what he was alluding to, like, we were all going to find out eventually. Nothing came out. So he's just saying, oh, it did happen, and two more, but I can't tell you. The one thing that he's gotten right was... Like the rest of the world, he guessed the queen would die. He was still like almost 11 months off from when she was supposed to die that weekend. But everybody knew she was on her last fucking leg.
I'm sorry, I don't know why, but I have a gas bubble that I can't get out of there. Terrible feeling. Maybe that was it. Who knows? Anyway, you have these FBI agents who were being told, if you have an opinion politically.
They say that is from blunt force trauma. From air being compressed right up against the back of your throat and then shoving it down into your esophagus. It traps those gas bubbles. That is a lot of meat-on-meat contact, a little air pump in the back of your throat.
That doesn't go with the White House administration's opinion about politics. You're fired. They would suspend them. They would suspend them with pay, then without pay, and then they would take their clearance away. They would lose their job.
Right. Durham's report was always coming out. So all he says is wait to the Durham report. Literally in the Durham report, he makes some suggestions for like some stuff that they should change, like maybe the FBI, maybe you should try putting someone over these politically charged investigations that's unbiased, that can question it in any step and say, no, we're not doing this. But he even says no new arrest in the Durham report. But everybody's making it out to be this gigantic fucking gotcha, told you, everybody. Like, it's nothing.
And many of them were only doing their jobs. So now you have Durham coming out. You have the FBI whistleblowers all in front of Congress, by the way. This isn't like they're just coming out on Reddit and blowing the whistle. They're in front of Congress. Durham is going in front of the House. I thought he was supposed to go this week. I guess it's not going to be. I know Jim Jordan requested it be this week, but I don't think it happened, probably because the FBI was already there. Durham himself is going to testify. What do you think happens after Durham testifies? You think nothing happens? You think that?
Well, considering he recommended, he had unlimited power. Okay, he had unlimited power. Special counsel, right? Special investigator. He had unlimited power, and he wound up at no new charges. Yes, nothing's going to happen. I mean, people are going to yell and stomp their feet and say, this is uncalled for, shouldn't do this, but what the fuck? What do you think's going to happen? He recommended, by his own report, he could have said, Obama, Biden, Hillary Clinton, Hunter, everybody involved, all the FBI director, the FBI agents that were all deserved to be charged. He could have brought charges against them. But he recommended no charges other than the two people he charged, which was the lawyer who walked and another low-level FBI person who literally edited an email and sent it up as if it had been from Trump to get the FISA warrant and shit.
Biden, Susan Rice, Comey.
Not happening.
And all of the other co-conspirators that...
People are like, Obama was advised by the FBI of this and that. That means he's in. No, they got some intel that they didn't know if it was legit or not. And they said, hey, Mr. President, this is what we think. This is what we heard might be going on. Of course, the president gets advised every day about shit.
Interfered with American government. You think they're all just going to get away with it? Oh, boy. If you think that, I have news for you. If you think that or thought that at all over the last week since this report came out, you are truly not awake yet. You want to be awake. And I know what you're going to say. You're going to say, Phil, yeah, I want to be awake, but I need to see it happen. Okay, I understand that seeing something happen.
I think they'll die. They'll all die believing Phil. When will his demographic go away? I think they will die believing they made the right mistake, or at least maybe they know they made a mistake. They made the right choice, not the right mistake. They made the right choice. Or even if they realize they made a mistake, they will never, ever, ever fucking admit it. They will just stop talking about it, act like it never happened. They'll never admit, like, I shouldn't have followed that guy. He's a piece of shit.
Is proof that it happened. I get that. I get it. If you see something happen with your own eyes, no one's going to tell you that that didn't happen, right? I get that. I get that's the ultimate proof. You throw CGI into the mix, and that's a different story. But notwithstanding that, what I'm saying is a lot of you need to see it with your own eyes.
Yeah, we got the animation should be working tonight. It's 500, 600, 700, 1,000. If you want to donate, we also already had a dono clip. Thank you very much for the dono clips. Or you can use any of these other links. Buy me a coffee. This one, this small yellow one right here, if you use it, that's if you don't want to interrupt the show. If you click donate, it just opens up a PayPal page unless you donate. You can join our Patreon for extra content. Buy me a coffee to send a text message. Dono clip to send audio or video message that the mods will have to approve, and then they can play it.
I get that. Seeing is believing. But if you truly don't believe that it's going to happen, you're not yet awake. We've been telling you that the Durham report is going to be devastating to Joe Biden, Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, and the rest of the cronies.
Where are they?
Devastating.
What happened?
With the functionality of government for 3 years after Trump was in office. They tore down Trump's reputation and approval ratings. They couldn't get anything passed. Trump's had to exhort to executive orders. Trump had to do everything by himself without...
Ramesh sent like a $20 dono clip last time we were live.
Of Congress.
Ramesh.
Mainly because a lot of voters didn't want to vote Republican, so they just defaulted to Democrat. So then the Democrats took over the House, the Democrats... All because of this whole Russiagate thing, which was thought up by his opponent after she lost, before and after. You don't think anyone's gonna you think they're gonna get a free pass on treason? You can't think that. Not people that have followed me for a long time. You can't. Now let me explain why.
It's not treason.
Let me explain why that's such a bizarre thought for me to know that any of my followers think that these people are gonna get away with it and it was one big nothing burger. I've been telling you that for 2 years that there's going to be a major event, a catalyst, which unleashes the floodgates to mass arrests. I mean, maybe I don't have the best eyesight, but
50K each, specialty locations. That's right.
That we need to have a reason to charge someone with treason. Many of you forget that they charged General Flynn with treason because he lied about a conversation. They said that he lied about a conversation. He didn't lie, but they charged him with treason anyway. And he just sat in a room with 2 FBI agents who we now know are corrupt, right? He sat in a room with 2 FBI agents. He was asked about the phone call, which he probably didn't remember. And those agents, and that wasn't recorded, that wasn't anything. Those agents took notes, went back to...
That's actually not true. A judge implied that Flynn was a traitor who committed treason. No charges of treason had been brought against Flynn. It was a treason suggestion by the judge, and he called him a traitor. But no one went as far to charge him with treason. He got charged for lying to the FBI.
Comey, and Flynn was charged with treason just based on a conversation with a foreign power. Flynn was the incoming NSA director. He has a conversation, and he gets charged with treason. You have Hillary Clinton conspiring with the FBI, the White House, and other members of Congress, which, by the way, they haven't even released that yet. Wait until that comes out. There's some information in the Durham report that Durham still has classified. Wait till that comes out. You think they're just going to get a free pass on this? So what happens if there's a failure to act on behalf of the Department of Justice? Because we know Merrick Garland's corrupt, right? So what happens if they just don't act?
It says, here was a tweet from Ryan Riley, whoever that is. It says, Judge Sullivan is now trying to walk back some of his rhetoric before the break. Says he was just asking about treason, not saying that Flynn committed it. He says, quote, don't read too much into the questions I asked, Sullivan says. Then he leads on to believe, I couldn't even tell you what the elements of treason are. So he wasn't charged with treason.
Come on. I want you to answer that question. If the Department of Justice doesn't act on treason, clear-cut treason, what happens? Tell me. There it is. First one. Islo Combe, 1960. Oh, nope, you weren't. I'm sorry. You weren't first. Blues, 21. BLUIZE, 21. Military! The military doesn't answer to anyone other than one. Come on, I want you to answer that, right? So what happens if they just don't act on behalf of the Department of Justice? Because we know Merrick Garland's corrupt, right? So what happens if they just don't act?
Q phones. I can't wait on my Q phone.
Answer that question. If the Department of Justice doesn't act on treason, clear-cut treason, what happens? Tell me. There it is. First one. Islo.
Is that what he's saying? There's a second Durham report? I must have missed that while I was looking up the treason thing. I didn't think Flynn was charged with treason. He wasn't. The judge said you sold your country out. He asked some questions about treason, implied that he might have been treasonous, but he also walked those statements back. Treason is a big fucking crime. I didn't hear that part.
Clinton conspiring. Flynn was, until we now know, are corrupt, right? He sat in a room with two FBI agents. He was asked about the phone call, which he probably didn't remember. And those agents, and that wasn't recorded.
If you don't remember, you can still get in trouble for lying to the FBI. If you don't remember, you can still get in trouble for lying to the FBI. Say you don't remember. I don't recall. Now, I do believe they kind of did it dirty. They were basically just sitting there chuckling it up with him, and they had told him that time was over. He was good, blah, blah, blah. And one of them happened to mention, like, hey, didn't you talk to him on the phone one time? And he's like, no, I don't think so, and went on. And then they charged him with it. But anytime you're talking to a Fed, he thought they were there to work together on some other things that he had a passion project for, that he was going to be doing as the security advisor. I think they did him dirty, but cops do that, right? You got to remember every time you're talking to a cop, FBI or not.
That wasn't anything. Those agents took notes, went back to Comey, and Flynn was charged with treason just based on a conversation with a foreign power. Flynn was the incoming NSA director.
Yeah, he lied about it. Like, it doesn't matter if he didn't remember it. It doesn't matter if he forgot. It doesn't matter if he thought they were friends. He technically lied to the FBI agent.
He has a conversation, and he gets charged with treason. You have Hillary Clinton conspiring with the FBI.
Uh-oh, 600 bits. Oh, no.
Drunk 'cause I'm drinking.
I'm a little bit drunk.
I'm a little bit drunk 'cause I'm drinking.
She got a gas bubble too, don't she? Thank you very much. Shannon and all with 600 bits. I appreciate it.
And other members of Congress, which, by the way, they haven't even released that yet. Wait until that comes out. There's some information in Durham that Durham still has classified. Wait till
where?
Congress, which, by the way, they haven't even released that yet. Wait until that comes out. Conspiring with the FBI, the White House, and other members of Congress, which, by the way, they haven't even released that yet. Wait until that comes out. There's some information in the Durham report that Durham still has classified. Wait till that comes out.
Didn't you publish the whole report?
You're just going to get a free pass on this? So what happens if there's a failure to act on behalf of the...
Actually, I'm pretty sure he released the whole report. It is technically confidential. The principal report is confidential, but it contains no classified information at all. They were actually praising the Durham report because I don't know if you guys remember the Mueller probe, or the Russia probe. They had like tons of it redacted and blacked out. And people were praising it and saying, well, thank God it all come out and there's nothing blacked out, there's nothing hidden, there's nothing classified, nothing we can't see.
The Department of Justice. Because we know Merrick Garland's corrupt, right? So what happens if they just don't act?
Knowing or believing or thinking or insinuating that someone is corrupt is not the same as proving them. I don't like the rhetoric around QAnon, obviously, but one of my biggest issues with them is basically anybody that is not a Trump friend or is indifferent to Trump, and some even Trump supporters. If one of these creators pops up and says, "Oh, this guy did something bad that you guys don't know about yet," they immediately call for guilt. They immediately call for hangings. They immediately call for execution. They don't even want to know the truth. They don't even want to see any evidence. They don't want a jury to look at it. They don't want a judge to try it. They just want these people dead because this person told me they did something bad.
Come on. I want you to answer that question.
Could you imagine if our justice system really acted like that? Like if I did a show and I was just like, well, you know, Mike Flynn's a bad guy, and I heard he had ties to kidnapping children and adrenochrome. Next thing you know, he just gets arrested and publicly executed on national TV. It's crazy. And they can never imagine themselves in like a situation where someone just made up a story about them and they're sitting on the fucking other side of this.
If the Department of Justice doesn't act on treason, clear-cut treason, what happens? Tell me.
What happens, chat? Tell me. I think you guys should answer that. If the Department of Justice doesn't act on treason, what happens? Tell me. I think you guys should answer that.
There it is. First one. Islo Combe, 1960. Oh, no, you weren't. I'm sorry. You weren't first. Blues, 21. BLUIZE, 21. Military! The military doesn't answer to anyone other than one document, the United States Constitution. In that Constitution, it very clearly says that the country will be protected against terrorists, both foreign and domestic. You have domestic terrorists residing right now in government. One of them is the president. I'm sorry. It's so weird because it's not really him, and he's not really in a position that they're saying it. I talk about this a lot. It's a fake guy in a fake position. It's
okay.
The ultimate, like, mind-boggling freaking thing. We just cracked 20 million, by the way. Bravo to you guys for tuning in to me. I mean, you are obviously getting...
Over 20 million, boys. Over 20 million. We did it.
Great show. I'm so dumb. Bravo to you guys for tuning in to me. I mean, you are obviously getting a great show. I'm so dumb.
What a Fanta. I'm so dumb.
The Durham report revealed an enormous amount of traitors to the United States. We already knew that they existed. We've been talking about this for years. How many times has Q said, getting back to Q again now, and all the things that, you know, were posted in those Q drops, how many times has Q said the military is the only way? What's the matter? We didn't remember these phrases? We got too complacent in being let down?
There you go.
Too frustrated with how long this timeline has continued to go that we...
Too frustrated and being left down. I think a lot of people are too frustrated and being let down. Like they are tired of it.
Have the playbook. All of Q's drops have been saved. Military is the only way. So, if the military is the only way, why exactly were we waiting on anything else?
Because there's been tons of other ways that even you said. Remember the Supreme Court? You remember May the 4th? You remember the fake inauguration? You remember Trump still president? You remember moving the White House? You remember D.C. being leveled? You remember the ambulance outside the White House, the flashes in the windows, and the assassination attempts, even though somehow Biden has never been in the White House? Do you remember when he tried showing flashing lights in the window, saying that it was an assassin taking out the fake Biden, real Biden, but also he said that Biden had never been to the White House before? Like, what the fuck? None of this makes sense. If we're applying to logic and saying the military is the only way, why would we wait on anything else? Logically. Like bullshit. You haven't had logic in this whole argument.
Who gives the call for the emergency broadcast system? Is it the president? You sure? Don't look at me like it's me. Maybe it is. I don't get the call. I might flick a couple buttons. Metaphorically, theoretically, hypothetically. I just want to put those disclaimers out there. But
oh my God.
Is it the president? Or is it the military? How many times has Q talked about the emergency broadcast system? EBS. If you're not privy to these predictions or Q drops, if you're not privy to them, it's okay. I don't expect those of you who have not great internet skills and you know the ability to navigate and stuff like that. I don't expect you guys to go out there and suddenly just hop into a new generation that has all these computer skills because you grew up with them. I get that some of you just aren't able to do that. But I'm telling you, for those of you that can't do that, I'm telling you that we, on my show and on many other fellow truthers shows, I am telling you that we have not only talked about this, but we have almost nearly pinpointed that this would be the course of events. Was there some misinformation and disinformation thrown in there by many different sources along the way? Sure there was. Sure there was.
So the president's who does it, by the way. The president, not the military. The president's who calls it and does a national address. He can solely activate it. The emergency alert system is a national public warning system commonly used by state and local authorities to deliver important emergency information, such as weather and amber alerts, to affected communities. EAS participants, radio and television broadcasters, cable systems, satellite radio and television providers, and wireline video providers deliver local alerts on a voluntary basis. Local alerts. Local alerts are on a voluntary basis. But they are required to provide the capability for the President of the United States to address the public during a national emergency.
And if that did occur at any time, it occurred for the good of the plan, for the good of the overall execution of the plan. Durham, military, EBS. There's no
okay. Durham, military, EBS.
The actual conclusion, in terms of what the conclusion is going to be for all of this, for the election fraud, for Trump coming back, for the bullshit talk about the election 2024, all of that has been decided. I reported last July that the Supreme Court has already ruled in a session that election fraud did occur, and there is a fraudulent foreign administration operating in the United States. That gave the way to...
He did say that.
...things that have happened since...
It's just nothing happened, but he did say that.
July. And now you're starting to see it play out. I told you, I don't know if it was in the Oranges video or if it was in the Rapid Fire or if it was in the Run'em episode, but I told you...
They use them interchangeably, even though they're not. So EAS is emergency alert system. It's how the president would address the nation in the event of a national emergency and basically take over all airwaves. EBS, emergency broadcast system, is used interchangeably with it. They use both acronyms, but the actual one that's written into law is EAS, emergency alert system.
That there was going to be a catalyst to start a very accelerated plan, a very accelerated pathway to the end of June. I specifically said between June 20th and the end of June. Major ongoings. Now, in the last couple of weeks, we've had 3. That was part of the intel drop tonight. 3 major suicides on the cabal side. One of them being an enormous name.
Enormous. I can't tell you. But if I could, I would.
You know the names. I wouldn't say by any means they're as enormous as the one that happened, last week. But you know the names. But again, I'm so bursting with.
It's part 11. So it's Title 47, Chapter 1, Subchapter A, Part 11, Emergency Alert System, EAS. Subpart A, General 11.1 Purpose. The part of this part contains the rules and regulations providing an emergency alert system. The EAS provides the president with the capability to provide immediate communications and information to the general public at a national, state, and local area levels during periods of national emergency. The rules in this part describe the required technical standards and operating procedures for the EAS for analog, AM, FM, and TV broadcast stations, digital broadcast stations, analog cable systems, digital cable system, wireline video systems, wireless cable systems, direct broadcasting satellites, services, satellite digital audio radio service, SDARS, and other participating entities. The EAS may be used to provide the heads of state with local government or their designated representatives with a means of emergency communications with the public in their state or local area if they so choose. And it goes through the definitions. National Emergency Message, EAN. The National Emergency Message, formerly called the Emergency Action Notification, that's why you have the EAN, or Presidential Alert Message, is the notice to all EAS participants and to the general public that EAS has been activated for a national emergency. EAN messages that are formatted in the EAS protocol specific to 11.31 are sent from a government origination point to broadcast stations and other entities participating in the National Public Warning System, and are subsequently disseminated via EAS participants. Dissemination arrangements for EAN messages that are formatted in the EAS protocol specific to 11.31 at the state and local levels are specified in the state and local area plans defined at 11.21. A national activation of the EAS for a presidential emergency meeting with the event code EAN as specified in 11.31 must take priority over any other message and preempt it if it is in progress. So even if your governor is addressing you, the president has to preempt, it has to take over, it has to be pushed through.
Anxiousness and
I would love to see Phil's prenup.
Excitement and information that I literally just want to blurt it all out. You have to understand something. It's not just with me. It's with any other truther. I know Brad's actually on tonight too. It's with any other truther too. We can't give specific information that would in any way harm the ability for the plan to take place. I certainly cannot do that. That would be treasonous on my part, right? If I'm involved with what's going on at a certain level and at a certain distinction and at a certain cutoff point, so to speak, if I'm involved on that level and I betray those that are entrusting me with this certain level of information to give to the grassroots dissemination audience, which is you, if I betray that trust.
Oh, isn't Derek Johnson going to Gitmo? Did he leave already?
I'm no better than any other trader. I would be,
okay,
in many cases, worse because they're attempting to execute a plan, which is good for all of us. And I'm doing things that make that more difficult. I can't do that. I know you want me to. What I can do is put together clues. I didn't tell you anything. You know, you went out there and you did research and you did it yourself. You came up with it, and truthfully, I never confirmed it either. So
I'd go for free there, True the Roast. Anyone renting a room on Philistine Island, I'd go down there and stay for free.
What I gave to you guys the other night sounded like...
check for cameras and shit.
You know, mumble jumble. I've done that from time to time before in the past. But those words, some of them are not anything. There were decoys in there.
June, okay.
Things that were
I thought it was quicker than that.
Legit and could be decoded in a number of different ways. Gematria is just one way.
All right, so when we start talking about these decodes, there was someone today that found some interesting similarities in some other things. Okay, I was tagged in this. Let me see if I can find it. I was tagged in a post. This is not credit to me. But you guys remember some of the messages I played yesterday from his like cryptic bullshit? Well, that's been posted here, and it says, Phil uses a nonsense generator for secret intel. He makes his followers decode, share everywhere, and they tagged me in it. So here's some of the stuff that he said in his little thing. Assassins stay overnight. Chair number 11 is belief. Remember chair number 11. In the interrelatedness of all things, that memory makes people shiver. Pillow is often one floor above you. Now, those are some very specific things. So if we go down from there, here's the nonsense generator and some screenshots from people just randomly using it. A pillow is often one floor above you. Pillow is often one floor above you. Pillow is often one floor above you. Lonely Henry is often one floor above you. Again, one floor above you seems to be there pretty often on nonsense generator. A passionate evening is often one floor above you. Chair number 11 asked you a question. Phil says, chair number 11 is belief. Chair number 11 asked you a question over on nonsense generator, which I think was pretty interesting. Somebody named Shadow tagged me in it. I don't know if he's the person who found it or if he just forwarded it from somebody. Well, it says he forwarded it from himself, but thank you. Shout out to whoever that is. And as somebody said, what was that IQ again? You're busted, dickhead. I can look these up all night, Lamau. There are no coincidences. So good job, whoever found that. Shadow, I assume. That was pretty good. Nonsense generator. I used to use, there's a bunch of them. So like when I made videos making fun of Phil, I used random sentence generator. You guys remember when I made fun of like Phil's like car videos or whatever? Basically, I just go to this website and it includes sentences, phrases, and questions. I would say, make me 10 and then generate sentences. And I would just read these off. You came to me and give me everything I need. Her brother broke his arm playing hockey. Tom forgot his shopping list and only got half of what he wanted to. You don't have to be into the wilderness to enjoy camping. My boss would have a big problem with that. I love you, but I'm sorry I have to go. I will get sick from that. Seen from a distance, the rock looks like an old castle. An old castle. He had no idea how to build a car, but he figured it couldn't be that hard. Stand up straight. Stand up straight. And I would just read those and act like I was fucking, then I would say end comms or whatever, just making a joke. But there's plenty of these websites that do it. Apparently he uses nonsense generator, which is even funnier, I think, because it's called nonsense generator. In Queism comes asking for bread. A caring mother is running away. A shooting star is always a pleasure. We heard that already. As always a pleasure. A nonsense random, often downright bizarre sentences. Simply press one of the generated buttons below. Generate changes an entire sentence, while noun and verb changes half the concept. Okay. A caring mother is always a pleasure. We heard always a pleasure last night, didn't we? Style is always a pleasure. Everything and more is always a pleasure. The person you were before is always, it was something about a fine evening. Seven worm is always a pleasure. Didn't we have one that was seven worms are pregnant or something like that? A late night is always a pleasure. That's the exact one we had last night. A late night is always, so I think he sits here and does like this. A late night is always a pleasure. Stew and rum is always a pleasure. He said stew and, a man can't live alone on stew and rum. Is that not what he said last night? Holy shit. They're all here. A small mercy has your skin crawling. A token of gratitude is nonsensical. We heard nonsensical. We didn't hear much like me, but we heard nonsensical. Maybe it was much like me. I can't remember. An idea ever stuns the onlooker. A passionate evening wanted the truth. Tomorrow could please even the most demanding follower of Freud. Rock music has your skin crawling. We did hear skin crawling as well. Nothingness takes the world for granted. Clear water is often pregnant. We heard seven worms last time. A classical composition. Spam is often pregnant. The light in the tunnel, a principal idea is often pregnant. The truth is pregnant. We heard that last night. Another day. Insignificance, passion, or serendipity. 7 worms are often pregnant. We heard that. We heard that shit. Like, this is all here. Hold on. Let me grab it, and we'll listen to it a fucking again, or some of it again. I guarantee you we heard these phrases. This is exactly where this motherfucker got it. No questions asked. Whoever found that. I didn't even know there was a nonsense generator. I use, like I said, I use the other one, the random sentence generator. And I honestly think it doesn't repeat as much as this one does. Like, this one repeats way too much. Way too much this one repeats. Let me see if I can find it. Damn it, Mariah sent it to me. Or sent me a link to it. I must just scrolled over it. Hold on just a second. There it is.
It's going to be very, very quick. The person you were before doesn't like paying taxes.
All right, remember some of the verbs. Doesn't like paying taxes.
Nothing that sickens me. The person you were before doesn't like paying taxes.
Okay.
Nothingness sickens me.
Sickens me.
A great silence says hello.
Says hello.
A great silence reveals its authority.
Reveals its authority. So some of these are already repeating, and we heard that.
A fly is good for you.
Good for you.
Wondrous awe sat down once more.
Sat down once more.
A sickeningly prodigious profile shakes beliefs widely held.
Shakes beliefs widely held.
A late night will take you to places you never expected to visit.
Take you to places you never expected to visit.
The clear star that is yesterday bathes in sunlight.
Bathes in sunlight.
The fly brings both pleasure and pain.
Both pleasure and pain. Brings. So when he pauses like this, he doesn't like the one that popped up there, or it repeated.
Clear water is cosmopolitan, having a trained assassin stay overnight.
Trained assassin stay overnight.
Pinocchio lies ahead.
Pinocchio lies ahead.
What with the future yet to come? Pinocchio is not all that great. That memory we used to share is nonsensical.
Nonsensical. And on here it's going to say just like me. I don't think he says that part.
Much like you.
Oh, he said much like you instead of much like me. That is part of it.
A principal idea has your skin crawling.
A principal idea has your skin crawling.
Are often pregnant.
Did you hear that? Did you fucking hear that?
Much like you. A principal idea has your skin crawling. 7 worms are often pregnant. Passion and serenity.
7 worms are often pregnant. This is literally what he did. 7 worms are, the word is 7 worm, but he says 7 worms are often pregnant. I mean, you guys could go check out this website too. It's literally nonsense.x2d.org. But if you just type in, nonsense generator on Google, it's the very first one that comes up. The very first one that comes up. It's crazy. A glittering gem lies ahead. What with the future is yet to come. That was one of them. What with the future is yet to come. We just heard that one. A flailing monkey is omnipresent. We heard that's in this one. We haven't heard it yet, but a flailing monkey is in it. Let's go till we hear that part, I guess. I know it's coming up because I just fucking heard it last night. A flailing monkey. I thought it was weird.
Serendipity is not very coherent. A glittering gem approaches at high velocity.
Approaches at high velocity.
Number 11 is omnipresent.
Is omnipresent. Much like candy. A flailing monkey is omnipresent. Much like candy. The sky, the person you were before, the other side. Chair number 11. I don't know if he changed that to lucky number 11. Is omnipresent, much like candy, but we'll see. The other side is omnipresent, much like candy. A late night is omnipresent, much like candy. Let's, hold on.
At high velocity. Lucky number 11 is omnipresent, much like candy.
Like he's barely changing anything. I don't think it's going to say lucky number 11, but I think he said that from the chair number 11. A sound you heard, a setback, a late night, incoyism. He says that. Too long is a stick. Is love is passion or serendipity. He says passion or serendipity multiple times. A classical composition. I don't know where he gets Pinocchio from. I haven't seen it on this website. The Legend of the Raven's Roar. The Sky. A Shooting Star. Passion or serendipity. Tomorrow. An old apple. Remember when we kept hearing the shit about the old apple and the fucking table and shit? An old apple. Insignificance. A sound you heard. Nihilism. Pinocchio. Okay, Pinocchio is in here. Pinocchio is omnipresent and much like candy. He got 2 Pinocchios in a row. Then he does 2 more Pinocchios later in the video. A late night. An idea. An idea is one of them. A cranky old lady. He probably wouldn't read that one because that's most of his followers. A sound you heard. We've heard that one. Clear water. We've heard that one. Utter nonsense. I don't know if he says utter nonsense as a noun. The light at the end of the tunnel. Heard that one. Pinocchio again. The stolen figurine. Fashion is omnipresent. Everything and more is omnipresent. Nothingness. A flailing monkey. That way. I don't think it's going to say lucky number 11. Organizational culture. Fashion, nihilism, Pinocchio, a token of gratitude, a principal idea, the other side, a flailing monkey, nothing of importance, stupidity, an idea, the last sentence you saw, chair number 11. That's what I think he's changed. I think he changed it to lucky number 11 just to have something different. But what he's going to say is like, oh yeah, I know about nonsense generator. I made it, but I know how to use it to send codes out. Who do you think made it? I'm Mons Olson. Gray silence, a flailing monkey, small mercy, flailing monkey, camouflage paint, significant understanding, Pinocchio, chair number 11, again, whiskey on the table, and an old apple we heard so much about. This motherfucker, everything's here. Everything's here. Stumbling first step, an old apple, whiskey on the table, abstraction, gasoline, camouflage paint, incoyism, chair number 11. That's the one I think he changed. That motherfucker. Whiskey on the table, a river 1,000 paces, wide, as you heard, a sound you heard. I don't know why I said as you heard. The person you were before, a sickening, prodigious profile. A sickeningly prodigious profile. A sickeningly prodigious profile. Tell me you can't make this shit up and then it also be on this fucking random ass word site, motherfucker.
Bring to places you never expected to visit. The clear star that is yesterday bathes in sunlight. The fly brings both pleasure and pain.
I'm a sister. Oh, did I say thanks, brother?
Having a trained assassin stay overnight.
I call everybody bro, brother, or whatever if I said it.
Pinocchio lies ahead. What with the future yet to come? Pinocchio is not all that great. That
Man.
we used to share is nonsensical, much like you.
Much like you instead of much like me.
A principal idea has your skin crawling. 7 worms are often pregnant.
Of course they are.
Passion and serendipity is not very coherent. A glittering gem approaches at high velocity.
Just out of clicking this, 20 times probably, we found almost every fucking noun and verb he used.
Lucky number 11 is omnipresent, much like candy. Significant understanding stole the goods. Too long a stick takes the world for granted.
We saw both those. Too long a stick.
Style runs through everything. A shooting star bathed in sunlight.
He's going to say that some of it was code. It isn't all on there. Some of it was code I was sending to people, and I used the nonsense generator that I made. I used it to fill in the rest.
Rock music welcomes spring. Style comes asking for bread. Organizational culture tenderly sees to her child. That way visits Japan in the winter. Sex is always a pleasure. Another day is like a painted flower. It never wilts. Gasoline asked you a question? The last sentence you saw ever stuns the onlooker. Colorful clay gambles with lives, happiness, and even destiny itself. The body of mind would likely capture an inquiry, something about you. Whiskey on the table can get both high and low.
I was talking to him at Tsuko. I saw him shadow or whatever. I said, "Was that you? Thanks."
Likes to take a walk in the.
And then they said that I'm actually a sister, and I said, "Did I accidentally call you brother?" What Carrie says if she's drunk.
Stay overnight.
Lucky number 11.
Chair number 11 is belief.
There it is. Chair number 11. Chair number 11 is belief. So he did lucky number 11 and chair number 11.
In the interrelatedness of all things.
You're good.
That memory.
Dude, imagine finding out the shit you've been decoding for the last 36 hours was made on a website called Nonsense Generator that was copywritten in 2007.
People shiver. The pillow is often one floor above you. Whiskey on the table rains heavily.
Oh, whiskey on the table, you say?
Stupidity sat down once more.
Yeah, well, he does it to distract them so they're not upset. He does the same thing when he used to post ads all the time. He later admitted this as a lie. He tried telling me that he's never made a dime off an ad. Those are paid ads. People are paying him from like Laos and fucking Venezuela and fucking Viet Cong and all this shit, or Vietnam, and all these people are paying him to fucking post those ads, and they're out of the country. They usually you can't prosecute them, blah, blah, blah. The shit they're posting, like Trump coin, Trump cards, Trump book, health miracles, all that stuff. He said he did it for needy QAnon kids who needed a good start at making some money, but he didn't take a dime. Then he later comes out and says, I was paid for some of them, and I don't think I should do them anymore, once he's a multimillionaire. But when people got mad about him, he told them, don't worry about the ads. The only reason I'm posting them is because I'm hiding messages in the timestamps. Look out. Yeah, I mean, they wanted to give some people like fucking, they were offering like $10,000 and $12,000 to creators smaller than him. That had smaller Telegram than he did, for sure.
Significant understanding would die for a grapefruit. insignificance shot the sheriff.
This motherfucker. All right, anyways, we basically, whoever Shadow busted him on that. Good job. Congratulations. You got him. For sure. We've already seen about 90% of what he put out there. Too long a stick is good for you. Everything is more. Everything and more is omnipresent, much like candy. Passion or serendipity is interdependent on the relatedness of motivation, subcultures, and management. Nothing of importance is running away. A setback of the heart stands upon someone else's legs. A token of gratitude lies ahead. What with the future yet to come? This motherfucker. Organizational culture. We just heard that one. Organizational culture visits Japan in the winter. Trickery has its world rocked by trees or rocks. A wave loudly clashing against a long shoreline. We heard that one. That's in there. Tenderly sees to her child. That was the same. It said like a lie or like an idea or something. Tenderly sees to her child. We just heard it. That way is not all that great. We heard that not all that great. Spam is ever present. We heard ever present. Too long a stick. Of course, we heard it. Lies ahead. What with the future yet to come? The flow of quizzes woke the prime minister. Two Finger John makes people shiver. We heard makes people shiver. A fly likes to have a shower in the morning. We heard a fly for sure. Spam is ever present. I think it was a fly is ever present. A caring mother is a storyteller without equal. We heard a caring mother. A fly is interdependent on the relatedness of motivation, subcultures, and management. He's not going to read that long one. A classical composition would kindly inquire something about you. Abstraction bathes in the sunlight. We heard that. Bathes in the sunlight. Like, we got it.
Keep in mind. But there were other things that I was just generating gibberish. Just to keep things fair. If you didn't listen to that recording, it was a night that I was supposed to go live. Hopped on Telegram and I did a live voice chat thing. It's only like 15 minutes long. But I threw in some stuff that was just didn't have any meaning at all to make it even harder. But those of you that are brilliant anons probably got it.
See, he threw in a bunch of stuff that didn't have any meaning just to make it harder.
Gematria is just one way. I've done that from time to time. I never confirmed it either. So what I gave to you guys, I know you want me to. What I can do is put together...
I'm a little bit drunk, I'm a little bit drunk, 'cause I'm drinking. I'm a little bit drunk, 'cause I'm drinking.
Pick up. Very good. Thank you very much for the 600 bits. That's from Sean.
I didn't tell you anything. You know, you went out there and you did research and you did it yourself. You came up with it, and truthfully, I never confirmed it.
So again, his show is canceled by the higher ups. They told him you can't do a show. They postponed it to prime time. Then they told him he can't do it. Then they told him he wasn't even allowed. He even asked, "Can I just do a Q&A? And I won't answer the questions about this." They said, "Absolutely no way." But he was allowed to give a coded message that he made on nonsensegenerator.com and send that out and give it all away.
Either. So what I gave to you guys the other night sounds
What's up, Mike?
Mumble jumble. I've done that from time to time before in the past.
It sounded like nonsense generator. I wish he would have said sounds like a lot of nonsense. That would have been funny. Mumble jumble.
But those words, some of them are not anything. There were decoys in there. I was reading things that were legit and could be decoded in a number of different ways. Gematria is just one way, keep in mind. But there were other things that I was just generating gibberish.
Generating. What a weird term to use.
Be decoded in a number of different ways. Gematria is just one way, keep in mind. But there were other things that I was just generating gibberish. Just to keep things...
Just generating gibberish. You sure you weren't generating nonsense, Phil? Sure you weren't generating nonsense?
Fair. If you didn't listen to that recording, it was a night that I was supposed to go live. Hopped on Telegram and I did a live voice chat thing. It's only like 15 minutes long. But...
It was less than that.
I threw in some stuff that was just... didn't have any meaning at all to make it even harder.
Yeah, you generated that, right?
Brilliant anons probably got it. and I'm proud of you if you did. And I am looking forward to the day that we could talk about all of this out in the open. What I envision, actually, is a documentary being made, similar to the documentary that was made, the Plot Against the President, I think it was called. Devin Nunes and Kash Patel were in it. It was on Prime for a little while. I don't know if it still is, but you can probably still find it out there if you haven't seen it. A documentary similar to that, which followed the Russian hoax against Trump, how they went to get the Pfizer warrant, all that stuff. I want to have a watch party with that documentary, because I'm going to show the documentary live, right? We'll watch it together, pause it at times.
Okay.
And then pull up a clip.
Then make you decode it.
On one of my past lives, and watch how it coincides with.
He's always said this. He's always said this.
Dono clip.
He said the last thing that he was going to make was this mega super cut of every time he's been right. Has anybody seen that? Because it doesn't fucking exist. Okay. Every time he's been right, a lot of times he's actually changed what he said. Didn't I tell you about this? Didn't I tell you about trains? Well, no, you sang this weird locomotion thing. It didn't even make sense. But did I tell you about this? Did I tell you about that? Didn't I tell you about all those things were absolutely not true. If one of the mods could grab that dono clip, you can play it whenever. Thank you.
He who hates his penis lies a lot. The lonely butterfly is a sphincter. Amen.
Amen. The lonely butterfly is a sphincter. Amen. Amen, boys. Get your butterfly sphincter. Get your butterfly sphincter. I saw that one earlier, Mariah.
Incoming dono clip.
Mariah sent me a thing. Mariah sent me a thing that says one of his most famous lives ever was with Will Bird. That's getting ready to. That part's getting ready to come up. That's the whole reason we covered this video. But yeah, I've seen that one before. Thank you for tagging me in that, Shadow. I appreciate it.
What actually happened while I was reporting it. It's going to be, man, it's going to be
Dark is the mole that surrounds Dildo Dirty Hole. Omnipresent is he as a shitbag.
Oh, the mole that surrounds his dirty hole? Ever present is he as a shitbag. We got a lot of decodes to do tonight. We got a lot of decodes to do tonight, okay?
the ultimate reward for me and vindication, because you guys know that I sit up here and I get bashed, destroyed by so many people telling so many lies, doing anything they could to try to get you to tune out. They want you to get as far away from me as you could, whether it's for, you know, they're just angry and maybe jealous that the businesses that I launch help you. They don't want you to be helped. They want you to be miserable like them. It could also be that they're just Democrats and liberals. Liberals are not going to like me ever.
But boom, Atsuko bought you 5 6-packs. Great find, Shadow Truther. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for bringing that to everybody's attention. I appreciate it.
But the cool thing is,
thank you, Atsuko.
By the way, if you're watching on Rumble, give the video a like. See a little thumbs up button. Give it a like. Give it about 48 hours, 72 hours. That's usually when most people view the video. That's when the bulk of the views come out. And then come back to Rumble and see how many are likes and how many are thumbs downs. That'll tell you how many trolls there are versus how many supporters. And that's just a small sampling of the actual numbers, because you can't even click that thumbs up or thumbs down unless you have an account on Rumble. And most of my viewers do not. A vast majority, as you can see, of my viewers do not. By tomorrow, this video will have 500,000 views, but that's only registered users. That's not users that are just going to rumble.com and finding my video in the trending spot. It's going to be there. They click it, they don't have to have an account. So that'll show you how many idiots are out there versus how many actual patriots. That's kind of like the numbers Trump got in the election too, by the way. Like just an enormous number versus this little tiny number over here that Biden got. Those are all the same trolls that voted for Biden. See how it works? They'll do anything to get you away from me. They do not want you listening to me. They will make stuff up. They will bring up things that I allegedly did 15 years ago. They will do anything. And it's a credit to you to not let them succeed. You guys have done so well with holding the line and cutting through the bullshit, so to speak. You've done an excellent job of not letting any of that happen. And I couldn't be more proud of that either.
There you go. You guys have held the line.
Let me just see one thing here before I say something else. The Lammy203 has now given me $1,400 tonight to third. It's crazy. Thank you so much, man. said it's a wedding present for Carrie and I appreciate that. I really do appreciate that, but I want everyone to know that donations are absolutely unnecessary. If you feel the need that you have to give something.
He's a multi-millionaire. You guys have funded his entire lifestyle, every purchase he ever made and shit. Of course, donations are fucking unnecessary. God damn.
I'm not asking for it, so. What else did I have? Yeah, somebody just said over here in the Rumble chat, there's a lot of trolls in the chat, and that's true. And one way to get away from those trolls forever and always is locals. Locals, philgodlewski.locals.com is another option. Month-to-month subscription. You could save a little money if you enroll up front for a year. I think it saved like 3 months. But yeah, locals just gets you away from all these people. Okay, what else do I got here tonight? Hold on one second. Oh, big thing. Big thing. And I think...
Okay. Technically, he is still married, yes. Yeah, to turn off donations. If donations are not necessary, turn the motherfuckers off.
It's been rumored out there, and I want to confirm it to you right now. And I really hope you did take my advice 2 weeks ago when I suggested run them. You are very close right now. You're closer than you can even imagine to not being able to withdraw your own money from your bank account. You heard me right. There is about to be, excuse me. Now, we are trying our best. I'm not even going to get into it. There is about to be a freeze on withdrawals of cash in your bank account. And don't hit me with the, oh, well, I have a credit union, so I'm safe. No, you're not. You're not going to be able to withdraw your money. The Run'em suggestion that I made
is illegal as fuck. Inciting a run on the banks, or even if the run never happens, just suggesting that people run on the banks is illegal.
It's really hurting them. And you're not obviously the only ones that are suggesting it. I'm not the only one suggesting it. You're not the only ones that are doing it. There are a lot of people withdrawing.
I'm not positive, but I don't think it is. I know he's going to claim that. I don't think it is. I haven't seen the paperwork, but it could still be. It could have happened in the last little bit, and the paperwork hasn't processed, or nobody's found it or seen it yet. That could happen. It's in the works. But Pennsylvania has like a waiting period and steps you got to go through, blah, blah, blah. It is in the works, but as far as I know, he isn't.
Drawing their money from the bank. So for those of you that don't know or didn't see that episode, the title of it was Run'em. I did it last week or the week before. Run'em is referring to a bank run. A bank run is when you withdraw your money from the bank. You're running away from the bank because you don't think it's safe in there. It's not. And Biden and the rest of the operatives that are, at the Fed, are going to stop you from taking that money out. You're starting to see now how having precious metals is important, and having the ability to convert precious metals to dollars and dollars to precious metals instantly, like the Sound Money Wallet gives you.
Dude, I listen, I'm just going to tell you. There's no way that I would trust a company as small and a single owner having the majority. I understand using Sound Money Wallet if you buy bullion, sell it, and keep it or whatever in a small amount, like an investment amount. But if you're talking about 100% of your banking going through Sound Money Wallet, like he's suggesting all your money should be over there, that's fucking insane. The dude could just close up shop, file Chapter 13, and take all your fucking assets in a heartbeat. Or just go to a non-extraditing country and take all your fucking... That's crazy. Just some guy owns this. It's not a bank. It's not regulated. It's not controlled. There's no oversight. There's just some guy. Yeah, it would be like me saying, hey, just send all your money to my checking account, and I'll make sure you got silver when you need it, or I'll make sure you got cash when you need it, but send 100% of your money to me, and I'll control it every month. And then you just be like, okay. And then I just fucking take off.
Silver.com. You get yourself a Sound Money Wallet and instantly convert back and forth. If they stop you from taking money out of the bank, how will you survive?
The same way as if fucking Aaron or whoever owns Sound Money Wallet stops you from taking money from him.
Where is your wealth? How much wealth? How much are you worth? Are you worth $10,000 on paper? So that's assets minus debt. So if you have $300,000, including your house and your cars and everything else and assets, after you subtract your mortgage, your car notes and everything else, how much is your net worth? Is most of your net worth in the bank? I hope not. personally, and this is what I've been trying
Because Phil's going to incite a run on the banks.
to advise you guys to do for a while. I'm not really advised, but I've been telling you this is what I do for a while. Real estate and metals. That's it. I got toys. I got some stuff. Cars and stuff like that. But real estate and metals. Real estate that I invest in is income producing.
Secondhand embarrassment.
Really going to try to stop you from taking your money out of the bank so the banks don't fail. Guess what? It's too late. It's too late.
The part's coming up about what I said. Everybody had a number and shit, and it got to him and hiring Will Bird. It'll be here in just a second. It's during his Q&A section after the first part of the show. This is a little grift. I said it mostly. I mean, I do think everybody has a number, but I also don't think I should be. I'm nobody special. I don't think I should be put on a pedestal. Like it's not some type of moral grounding I have, or some type of innate ability, or something within me, or whatever. Like I'm a piece of shit, like everybody else. Like I don't think you should put me above anybody. I think I'm funny, and I think you should watch the show. And I do good research a lot of times, and I could be hilarious. That's why I would watch my show if I wasn't me. I can't watch my own show, but if I wasn't me, but I don't think I should be put up on some type of moral pedestal, or like, oh, he's untouchable, or you can't do this, or he could never do anything wrong. I can, and I do all the time.
The banks are going to fail, and there's literally nothing they can do about it. Nothing. Not even a stop on withdrawals is going to work, because here's what's going to happen. Think about this.
Okay.
Biden signed an executive order or some dumb shit to stop withdrawals from the banks. Okay. What's the time limit on that? A week? A month? 2 months? 3 months? How long could it actually go on? Right?
By the way, this is only a rumor that's been spread by a bunch of Twitter accounts and some fake news sites, some WordPress blog news sites.
When it's lifted, what's the first thing you're going to do? You're going to take all your money out, right? Who wouldn't do that? You're just going to leave it in there after you were told that you can't have it? You're going to take it out so that you never are in that position again. Am I wrong? Who's going to leave their money in here? All Democrats, raise your hand.
I think if there was ever a pause on withdrawals, it wouldn't be like they couldn't do it like across the board, right? If you've got to buy groceries and you're poor, like it may be some type of stipulation that slows like $1 billion+ like it takes a couple days to clear because they don't want people to run on the banks, and that's really where they take their hits from, is the large amounts that are being pulled out. But there's never going to be like, oh, you can't draw $20 out of the bank to feed. Could you imagine? Could you imagine the liability they would fucking take if I need $20 to fucking eat and I starve? Are you fucking kidding me? Or what if I need to get my medicine that I'm out of, and when it coming off of it causes fucking seizures and brain damage? Like, no, there's no goddamn way that they can do that. It just doesn't. Does that make any fucking sense to you? I got to pay my drug dealer. He'll come break my fucking legs, and I'll sue.
Nobody. So by enacting that order, it's literally a death sentence to the banks. The banks don't have all of your money. They invest it in places, mostly the stock market. What's going to happen when the banks fail? The stock market.
The banks don't invest mostly in the stock market. That's an absolute lie. The banks would have a different account if they were going to invest in the stock market with their own profits. This is dumb. Almost 1,000% or almost 100% of it is tied up in mortgages and loans. That's how you get loans. That's how you get fucking loans. They're loaning your money out to other people, and the rest of it is tied up in fucking bonds, treasury bonds.
What's going to happen in the stock market when the banks fail? What happened in the stock market this week, by the way? They had some really good gains.
And treasury bonds do not trade on the stock market. They're set by whatever the current interest rates are.
Or no? No? Okay. I got a bunch of private messages sent to me. Okay, I'm ready to get out of the stock market now. Welcome to reality. The stock market is fake.
Well, the Dow just took off on a fucking rally the other day, didn't it? Day before yesterday. The Dow just took off on a rally the day before yesterday, and a bunch of people made a bunch of money. Other markets closed ahead, I believe, too.
The fiat dollar is fake. Your bank account is fake. They don't got your money. And if you don't have your money, I don't know.
Yeah, on May 19th, yesterday.
Account such as a 401k or IRA.
Took a pretty good run.
Precious metals right now.
People made some money off of it.
Spouse thing where the wife wants to do it, but the husband's saying no, or vice versa. I'm not getting in the middle of that. I'm just laying out the facts for you. And if people are unwilling to listen, there's nothing I can do. I can't force you to do anything. I'm not going to force you.
Okay.
I'm just going to tell you what's actually happening out there, and you're going to decide for yourself if it's
Honestly, year to date, it looks like it was about 33. The Dow Jones Industrial, it was 33,136, and it is currently 33,426. It's up year to date. It's up 0.88%, plus 290.26. So it's even up year to date.
good advice, and if it's worthy of you,
That's from January 1 to now.
action or non-action. We're going to do a brief Q&A, and this Q&A is going to be taken only from locals tonight. It's going to be brief, probably about 10 or 15
Brief Q&A, going to be super short here.
minutes. That's it. It's already past 9 on the East Coast, and I know I'm not your only priority, although I should be, probably because of 2 reasons: my charm and my good looks. I think that's enough for me to be your top priority. Yeah.
You got me.
Yeah, I think so. Oh, a lot of LOLs on locals. I don't know what I said. That was funny. Oh, my brains too. Okay. Yeah, just go ahead and inflate my ego even more. It's great. Am I going to be streaming the wedding? I don't think so. Carrie's cool with it. Talked to Carrie about it. She's cool with it. But my sons are going to be there, and her daughters are going to be there. I don't know how appropriate it is. And other families' kids are going to be there too. Like some of people that are bringing their kids. So I don't think it's appropriate to stream with the children on there. Otherwise, I would.
I'll be there, and I don't care. You have my permission to stream my likeness.
What I may do is do a separate videographer that uploads the ceremony for you guys to see it, maybe. But I'm definitely not going to live stream it just because of the kids, and I don't think that's an appropriate thing to do. Plus, my ex. By the way, I am officially divorced, by the way.
There you go. Officially divorced, and he calls for clapping. That's what he says. That's what he says.
Thank you. Let me hear it in the back. Thank you. Oh, there we go. All right. All right. Oh, whoa, not all at once. Holy moly. Clap, clap. I like it. Woohoo. All right. Boobies. There's always that guy with the boobies. Oh.
Yeah, a sales pitch.
Yeah, so I am officially divorced. I'm single.
Because he's convinced people that even when it's a sales pitch, it's something they need to decode. He is, he's convinced people that no matter what he does, you have to listen to him. And people are so vested in him now. They've got so much money tied up, or even if not money, everybody that comes over here. First of all, I don't believe this. Everybody that leaves Phil and comes to my channel and says, "Oh, thanks, I just figured it out," blah, blah, blah. They always say, "I never gave him a dime." I don't fucking believe that. Most y'all are fucking lying because you're fucking stuck on copium. You're over here with a fucking strong cope because you gave him money and you feel dumb now. But a lot of people are so invested in it that they can't see backing out now. They just keep hanging on. But I have seen some of his fans are disgusted. Like, I turned it off. One person said I turned it off halfway through. The other person said, "No new intel. Great, I'm out." Like, the other people were like, "Brad Barton's on. We'll go watch that." Like,
only for another couple weeks. So trust me, none of y'all have a chance. Carrie.
There's no way that 100% of people that come over here say, because somebody's funding him, right? 100% of people that come here say, "I never gave him anything." Well, some of you did.
He's overwhelmingly the most perfect person for me that God could ever make. We were always meant to be with each other. Neither of us knew it for 30 some years, but it's not that somebody said you like being married. It's not that I like being married. I like companionship, but what I like more is being married to my best friend. And that's what Carrie is. And for those of you that, talk negatively about Carrie.
Well, she's like your second best friend after Bree, I think.
I could tell you with 100% certainty, you're going to hell. You will go to hell. No doubt about it. Because you just don't know what you're talking about. You don't know her and you say negative things, and it's just...
That's not very Christian. So if you talk poorly about his wife or say anything negative, you're going to hell 100%. I can guarantee you're going to hell. Is that what the Bible says? He who has cast stone against Carrie, the one who's been wed 7 times, shall burn in eternal flame. Is that what it says? I can't remember.
You will go to hell. No doubt about it. I could tell you with 100% certainty that I like being married. I like companionship, but what I like more is...
the tamer of the man's seed, Carrie. Oh, shit. Oh.
My best friend. And that's what Carrie is. And for those of you that, talk negatively about Carrie, I could tell you with 100% certainty, you're going to hell. you will go to hell. No doubt about it.
I think God wants her to sober up, honestly. Like, if we're being for real, God probably wants her to sober up a little bit.
Because you just don't know what you're talking about. You don't know her and you say negative things, and it's just...
Like, I don't know her. I mean, maybe she's sober all the time, but every time I see her on social media, she's shit-faced.
It's going to be bad. Static on locals? Oh, no. Oh, I'm afraid to. All right.
Static on locals. This is damn near impossible, by the way. That one streaming service, the microphone that he uses for all streaming services wouldn't work. This doesn't make any sense unless for some reason he's using like his microphone for Rumble and like his built-in mic on his Apple for locals, which would be dumb. Like, this doesn't make any sense.
Hello now. Gone? Sounds better? Okay. All right.
Yeah, I agree. Like, to me personally, Phil needs a fucking a publicist. That's what Phil needs. He comes across doing stupid things, and he forgets a lot of things, like the cruise points for the people who are on his website. They're supposed to be winning cruise tickets. And clearly they're not, because he's shutting down that website. You know what I'm saying? He needs a publicist. And if he wants to use God in his grift, whatever. I mean, you might have negative connotations about that, but if he wants to use it, but he shouldn't go all out saying like the super Christian. Like, I just prayed to God and God told me this, and anybody who talks bad about Carrie is going straight to hell. I can guarantee it. And we all did come from monkeys. If you want to argue with me with that, you're just stupid. Like, he needs a publicist.
If you're going to ask me a question, please form it in the form of a question. Don't say Social Security question mark. What's that mean? I don't know what that means. What are you asking me? It could be 5 different questions. Is Tom Hanks alive? No. No, right around COVID, Tom Hanks is one of the worst pedophiles the world has ever seen.
Oh, my God. That's a hell of a claim, my man.
Seeing in movies as a body double, especially, I don't know if you, Gary and I watched this last week when I was in Arizona. A Man Named Otto with Tom Hanks. First of all, it was a really good movie. The reason that I put it on was not because I wanted to watch the movie. In fact, I only watched like the first, I don't know, half hour or 45 minutes of it. I wanted to see for myself this new Tom Hanks version.
It's a Man Called Otto, I think's the name of the movie.
I'm sorry, but it looks nothing like Tom Hanks. His ears are bigger. That was the thing that kept drawing me in. It doesn't sound like when he speaks, it doesn't sound like the words are actually coming from him. It sounds like it's a voiceover. His face is way skinnier than it's ever been. And I know age, blah, 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 blah. And probably the same people that think Biden is Biden are the same people that think Hanks is Hanks. Not him. And then he makes a comment about AI. Oh, many years after I'm dead, they'll still be able to make movies with me because of AI. What? He randomly says something like that? Like,
That's true. I mean, I don't know if you guys... This was an argument that was made back when they had, like, the Michael Jackson hologram and the Tupac hologram and shit. Like, this is an argument that actors were making that they should get paid for their likeness, or they're going to have to eventually get paid for their likeness into the future, because once they're dead, especially if there's no one there controlling their estate, they can still be featured in movies through AI. And they should get, there should be some type of royalty or something for that. I think Hollywood is ridiculous already, but that was an argument that was made years and years ago.
In a movie? Yes. Tom Hanks has a brother. Didn't know that. Should you buy a house right now? That's not a question I can answer. I'm not a financial advisor, so I'm not gonna.
Uh-oh. Lawyer stepped in.
Give you that advice. Buying a house and the factors that come.
The world's most prolific pedo, I think's what he called him.
Into determining whether or not you should buy a house is very location specific.
Dude, I wish Tom Hanks. Like, Phil thinks that, I think that he can't be touched because his money protects him. Like, he could hire the best legal team he could find, and he could tie it up in court, and he could even try paying people off, you know, like buying testimony and bribes and blah, blah, blah. But if someone with some real fucking money like Tom fucking Hanks just decided, fuck this guy. You know what? Fuck this guy. Just the principle of it, I'm going for it. It'd destroy him.
So if you don't have the ability to buy a house anywhere in the United States or the world for that matter, it's hard. It's hard to say, should you buy a house? Depends on where you live, depends on the price point, depends on if you're financing it or not financing it, paying cash, or, you know, whatever. I can't speak to your market that you're in because I don't know the market that you're in. And even if I did know it, I wouldn't be able to answer that question right now anyway, because I would have to do due diligence and all sorts of research on your market, which includes talking to realtors, brokers, mortgage officers, and other homeowners in your market before I could even make that call. And that's if I were a real estate professional. I'm no longer in real estate. I have a vast amount of real estate knowledge, but after my misdemeanor conviction in 2021, they wanted me to explain the crime that I committed. I just never responded to them. So
again, he's not allowed to sell real estate. He has no license. He never renewed it. They pulled it. Then he was supposed to renew it like a year later. He had a year to like prove that he needed it, required it, or explain. He's not allowed to sell real estate, but he's your number one intel contact for the whole White House operation. But they won't trust him with real estate. Someone won't trust him with his teenage daughters.
They deactivated my license. They took my license away. So I'm not even a licensed realtor anymore. I can't really give you real estate advice such as that because of those reasons. Who killed themselves, as I said earlier today, I can't get into the who. I know you guys want me to, and I know some of you get very angry that I don't. But that's not going to change. Your feelings and your need for that information does not overcome
Crypto millionaire
plan here. Wow, this is moving so fast over here that I literally can't even keep up. Will the U.S. default? The U.S. has defaulted many times already. They're giving you a date to look at, June 1st. I think they're saying now.
The U.S. has never defaulted on anything. That's why we can borrow so much money. Okay, if you don't know, the U.S. can borrow tons and tons and tons and tons of money at extremely, extremely low interest rates. Basically, everybody wants to loan us money all the time because we've never not paid it. We've never not been good for it. We've never not done these things. That's why the debt ceiling is going to have to be raised to continue running the government, and it won't be a big fucking deal.
Now or something that, oh, if it's not done by then we're going to have to start taking Social Security. Well, listen, when you just print enormous amounts of money over and over and over and over again, yeah, you're going to default. We're actually currently spending more just on interest on our debt as a country than we spend on our military budget. Imagine that. Just in interest, not counting, principal. It's bizarre. The land that we
imagine having the basically a perfect credit score and the largest fucking income ever seen in the world with GDP. Like we're not hurting for money. The difference is there was a limit set on it, and that limit needs to be raised to continue operating the country at this point.
We live in. Trump's been saying
no one had a fucking issue when Trump was raising the fucking deficit or like running up the deficit. Or Obama, it just happened to arbitrarily hit while fucking Biden is there.
For a long time, we were going to no longer have a country. I wouldn't say he's incorrect. He's misstating, but in general, he's not wrong. I mean, this is not a country. We have no borders. We have no legitimate government. We have no ability to earn money as a country. We are forever in debt. Everything has to change. It all has to be torn down and just rebuilt. It's the only way this will ever change, and that's exactly what's happening now. Is check writing going to be possible?
There are four. I looked this up the other day because someone was arguing with me. There are four like weird circumstances that the U.S. technically defaulted. I guess if you want to argue this way, or if you're going for like a debate or something, it is there was this thing called demand notes back in the 1800s, and apparently these demand notes were like caused the issue with like the Treasury's system or some shit. And instead the US just printed greenbacks at the time and just paid them off just to get rid of the demand notes. The other one was gold bonds in 1933. They basically said, hey, if you buy these gold bonds back in 1933, I think 33, something like that, that you could turn them in for a gold coin at any time. But then they changed the policy and said that you can't get gold coin. We're actually going to pay it in cash. 1960s or 70s, I think. They didn't honor some silver certificate paper dollars. They stopped honoring silver certificates, and people call that a default because they stopped honoring those. And the last time was in the 70s as well, around the same time period. They basically said at the time they had been telling other countries that they would redeem U.S. dollars held by foreign countries for gold, but instead they just stopped doing that. So basically, these are like policies that they ended, and the people are calling them defaults. But as far as like an actual, like, we can't pay our fucking bills, not in dollars, not in golds, not in fucking rupees or whatever, it's never happened.
That's actually a really good question. I can't answer.
That was when, in the 70s, is when they suspended that forever. Foreign countries used to be able to take the U.S. dollar bill and turn it into gold. I mean, they stopped it forever in the 70s under Nixon, I think.
But it doesn't have to be. There are going to be alternative ways to do the same thing as writing a check.
Hey, bullshiffer, you left your you left this here. You left this thing here. This silly thing. This silly little brand new USB-C charger I got. You left it here. Left that here.
Back to someone like you've done in the past. There's going to be alternative ways to do that.
So now listen, like, people are talking about paying their employees and paying bills. Listen.
Is check writing going to be possible?
So we start with checks. Here we go.
That's actually a really good question. I can't answer. It may be, but it doesn't have to be. There are going to be alternative ways to do the same thing as writing a check to someone like you've done in the past. There's going to be alternative ways to do that.
It kind of looks like he's done something to thicken his hair. So the reason I don't think it's hair plugs is I watched a guy on TikTok. Let's see if we can find it. And maybe it's not always this bad, but I watched a guy on TikTok documenting getting hair plugs. There's Shaq. And it's like a whole process where it's like weeks. You get like all these scabs that like peel off. You have to like wet it and like pat it dry. You have to do all these crazy things for it. I can't remember what the guy looked like, to be honest with you, but he did a whole thing about he couldn't wash it for like a couple weeks. He had to sleep with a neck pillow in his head off of his own pillow. His head could not touch a pillow for like a week and a half. Like, there was just a bunch of shit. But Phil's hair does suddenly look thicker. I don't see the guy here, but there was a bunch of shit he couldn't do because of his hair plugs. Hair transplants from plugs to FUE. Light black turkey. Surgery's done in 4 months. They said I have peach fuzz. What is this one? Anyways, the thing that I was interested in is he had all these tiny scabs. And like after 3 weeks, he was allowed to pick every one of them off. They were like little microscopic, like needle-looking scabs.
This was a little hard to watch because it looked like it hurt women. I thought we go through a lot. I didn't know.
That's kind of like what my scrotum looks like. But that's why I think we would have seen it. We would have seen, like, I mean, his head was red for a few days. He had all these little pinpricks and scabs. Like, I think we would have seen it.
Institutions implement those new ways, or will some stick to the previous way of writing checks? I don't know. Maybe they all have a choice. Maybe they don't have a choice. I'm not in control of that. It's a good question, though. No one's ever asked me that before.
Okay.
Will there still be 10 days of darkness? And somebody mentioned dates in there. I'm not going to commit to the dates, but I will commit to the 10 days of darkness.
Okay.
By the way, in that post by Q, that drop, darkness was spelled wrong. Just want to bring everyone's attention to that while we're on that topic. Phil, how do we pay employees? There's going to be a short period of time that you're unable to pay employees in the coming recent.
There's going to be a short period of time that you're going to be unable to pay employees. How long do you think employees? It's not darkness missing an A. It's Darnkess. If you actually go back and read the Q drop, it's DARNKESS. Now, these idiots went and ran with that, and there's a book called like 3 Days of Darnkess. 3 Days of Darnkess that you can find on Amazon. And they said, oh, it's a book about rescuing kids or some shit. I don't know. But it's DARNKESS is the way it's spelled in the actual original drop. So Yeah, there's like a book about it, and they're like, oh, it's about rescuing babies and blah blah blah. I don't even know if that's the real book name or if they mistyped it in the listing or something.
Set of our financial system, but what I think you're referring to is if you don't have money in the bank, how do you pay an employee? Well, you put the money in the bank to pay.
There's going to be a few days that you're not going to be able to pay your employees. How long do you think they would keep playing?
Phil, how do we pay employees?
Mariah has trypophobia too.
A short period of time that you're unable to pay employees in the coming reset of our financial system. But what I think you're referring to is if you don't have money in the bank, how do you pay an employee? Well, you put the money in the bank to pay the employees. If they stop your withdrawals, that's not how do you pay them then? You can't. What do you think that's going to do to the country? Think that's going to make everybody real happy that they can't get their paychecks? I don't think so. But keep in mind.
Yeah, so this says, here it is. Here's the listing they're talking about. So if you look this up, it says 3 days of darn Kess, DARNKESS. And it says, John Stagger must fight his way through the city to save 5-year-old Susan Riddle during 3 days where hell reigns on earth. And they're like, oh my God, that's a calm right there. Look, it's a calm. It's called 3 days of darn Kess. But if you look at the actual book title, it doesn't say darn Kess. It says darkness. So why would this be like this? Why would it say 3 days of darn Kess, but the actual book is called 3 Days of Darkness? Because they misspelled it. And this site, Thrift Books, pulls it directly over from the Amazon listing where it's also misspelled. 3 days of darn Kess paperback, but it says 3 days of darkness. It's just misspelled in whoever listed it. I mean, that's a common misspelling. Especially if you're typing pretty quick, you're going to type the N before the K occasionally. I've done it before, just sending messages. That's probably whoever the troll was posting as Q did, just sending messages. I don't think it has anything to do with it.
We need that other 28%, right? Didn't I say we need about 15 to 20 of them? Right? I don't think so.
How long you think employees would stay? I would fucking drag up and all. If they told me, hey, guys, I know it's payday, but we're not going to be able to pay you for about a week, I'd load my fucking box there. But you don't even have to finish. You don't have to finish your thought. Mail me that motherfucker, because I'm going to be sitting at the house in Tennessee.
How do you pay an employee? Well, you put the money in the bank to pay the employees. If they stop your withdrawals, that's not how do you pay them then? You can't. What do you think that's going to do to the country? Think that's going to make everybody real happy that they can't get their paychecks? I don't think so.
Yeah, but it's not just about people being unhappy that you probably have viewers that if they don't pay their fucking employees, their employees are going to fucking drag on them. They ain't fucking job scared. They're going to fucking leave when they don't get paid, and then they're going to ruin their business.
But keep in mind, we need that other 28%, right? Didn't I say we need about 15 to 20 of them? We're at 72. We need about 15 to 20. How do you think some of those people are going to?
We're at 72. We need to have between 87 and 92%. We're not at 72. There's no fucking way.
They can't get their money.
There's too many people making fun of Q-tards.
Because their employer can't get their money. Right? Is the Fetterman that we watch at the trials a double? Yeah,
So Fetterman has returned. John Fetterman has returned. If you haven't seen him, he's been walking around in his hoodie and his gym shorts. Back in April, he returned to Congress for work. And Phil said he would never return, that he was dead, that he died right after he's elected. I had people in my chat arguing that he was fucking dead. People in my chat that watch my show were here arguing with me that Fetterman was dead. Where's them motherfuckers now? I actually told one bitch, when you see him return back to Congress, you need to come here and apologize. She never came back, huh? Weird.
So some of the Fetterman that you see that I noticed is old video. It's recorded video. I know that for a fact. I should probably do a live just on John Fetterman to show you how hard they're trying to keep this guy there, even though he's dead. John Fetterman was not in good health whatsoever.
I think Phil's real good at writing checks, Austin. I think he's even been given an award or a sentencing or something like that.
His appearance completely changed in the last few years. He had a stroke during the campaign, and he had a massive stroke, which killed him. So, and that was subsequent to the first stroke. So what you are seeing, you are sometimes seeing a double, but what you're seeing on TV mostly is recording. They recorded it prior. They could do anything on TV. Anything. Do we have until the end of May to get the money out of the bank? Well, I'm not gonna commit to the end of May. Absolutely not. I was actually surprised that we didn't see a suspension of withdrawals this week.
He thought it was going to happen this week. So I can't tell you the end of May. That'd be crazy. I thought it was going to happen this week, but it didn't. I thought you was the guy with all the answers, and it didn't happen. That's weird. Like everything else you've said, it hasn't happened.
I really thought it was going to happen. Today's Friday, right? Yeah. I really thought it was going to happen this week. And
Paid him restitution. I got you.
May 30th or 31st or whatever. How many? 30 days has September, April, June, and November. So yeah, 31. Will Q phone replace regular cell phones? Yeah, it's a question I've been asked a couple times in the past, and the answer is yes. And they will also be free.
Free Q phones that he said he'd be able to show us in a few months 2 years ago. Got it. Yes. Diffity Vizzo, yes. Every year, he just keeps saying it's about to happen. We're so close. It's always just around the corner, but it never fucking happens.
I promise till it's silver winners. I know I keep saying I promise. It's like I'm just changing my mind on it, right? That's what everyone's going to say. He said he was going to give away silver and never.
Yes, this is like 3 weeks now that you haven't given away the silver that you claimed that people won for a poll or something.
No, I can't do it on locals.
And what's silly is it's just him being kind of a bitch about it and forgetting it and not doing it. It's not like Phil doesn't have 25 fucking silver coins to give away. He's got tons of fucking silver he's bought with, you know, his pyramid fucking money. Like, I don't understand why he wouldn't just fucking do it. It's just him being lazy. Like, just fucking do it, bro. You got it.
On Telegram, because there's going to be some winners that aren't on locals because they don't subscribe to it. So I'm going to have to do it on Telegram, and that's what I'll do. I'll put it on Telegram. I know I said I was going to do it before, but now I'm really going to do it. I've been busy.
Almost 1 year ago, he told us to stay off the roads, that things were happening. That was when they were trying to take down all the cabal that was trying to flee the country because the big arrest had started, and we were about to see something happen. You're right.
Is my high and tight a job requirement? No, it's not a job requirement. That's just how I wear my hair.
Ah, high and tight. Okay. That's what you're calling it.
High and tight. Kind of like me, high and tight. No. Forget I said that.
He's neither high nor tight. He's not fun enough to go get high, and he has been to big boy jail. So he's not tight either.
I'm on a roll tonight with the bad ones.
He's wallowed.
All these bad ones coming out.
Wallowed.
I'm on a roll. I'm rolling with it. I'm just gonna keep going. You know what's funny, guys? Let me tell you something. I know a lot of you don't know me personally. This is actually how I am in like real life.
Name is Jarbones. Called him tight and high.
Just for the show. Like we'll just be sitting around and I'll just say things like that. Everyone's like, "You're an idiot," kind of like you guys do, you know. But they do it in real life, like with me. This is just that's how I am. I'm just a giant weird. I tell my kids,
I'm just a fucking weirdo. I don't know anything. I'm an idiot. I mess up all the time, and everybody just tells me, "God damn, you're an idiot. Leave me the fuck alone. Unless you want to buy me a house, then it's cool. We can be friends."
My kids, I tell my kids all the time, "Boys, your dad's really weird." They're like, "We know." Love it. Bad.
God damn, those teeth, dude. Look at those teeth.
Your dad's really weird. They're like, "We know."
That is something out of a horror movie, bro. Look at that. Those do not look real. I agree with everybody else. They don't look real. They're perfect. They're perfectly straight. They don't look real. We need to find other videos of him laughing and see if he's got veneers. Maybe why he hasn't been laughing so long. He went to getting all his teeth knocked out and replaced. Those screw-in ones, that's what I'm going to get Mariah for her bad teeth when I save up the money. But she grew up on really shitty water, so she's got like weak teeth. And then she had whatever that condition is where when you get pregnant, it like pulls the calcium out of your body. And it made her teeth, oh man, made them awful. She's self-conscious about them, so I'm going to get her some good ones. But if they're that color, I'll leave her. I will fucking leave her. Yeah, the screw-in implants. They don't look fucking real, dude.
Love it. Bad dad jokes. That guy's getting banned. Just kidding.
Botox on his balls.
Anyway. What was the warning I was going to give you? It was the withdrawals. The suspension of withdrawals. So if you do still have money in the bank, you are leaving it there now at your own risk. That is 100% at your own risk.
It's literally not at your own risk because of FDIC, but it's always been as much a risk as it is right now. Nothing's changed.
I'm just a real person, yeah. You could ask anybody that knows me in real life, like this is actually how I am.
I'd do something to get a normal, if that's what my dentist gave me and I couldn't complain or change it or whatever, I would do something to stain them.
all the time. This is how I speak. This is how I laugh. This is what I do with my hands. I don't know why I'm doing this with my hands so often tonight, but it keeps happening.
I want a grill, but it won't be white.
This is how I pause when I speak. I generally don't look someone in the eye unless I'm trying to profile them. Just me. How many dominoes have fallen, and are you about to pull the last one standing?
How many dominoes have fallen, and are you going to pull the last one? He says a bunch have fell, but the next is going to take a bunch down. But he may or may not have pulled some in the past, but he don't get to pull this one.
I don't pull the last one standing.
So we know in a couple of weeks when he changes and says, you guys either better take action or I will, that he's lying.
I have pulled a couple, though, so far. I anticipate that
I think when he says I don't look anybody in the eye unless I'm profiling them, I think he means like a dating profile, like perhaps from, you know, a local softball team or junior prom or whatever.
Will pull more before this is all over. I anticipate.
Transgesturing.
The next pull will be the one that knocks just about all of them down, the rest of them. Just thinking of like the things that happen are going to happen. Well, Locals blew up tonight. We also got a lot of subscriptions, a lot of people over there. If you missed it earlier,
Locals blew up, guys. Blew up.
Live is going to be redirected to philgodlewski.locals.com. I'm not going to get into this.
This right here is where I joined the live and started listening. I just got into the office.
2 websites anymore. It's going to be Locals. That is my website. Contest will take place.
So he's about to address me now.
That's where you're going to go to subscribe. So if you're not yet subscribed to Locals, you could go there by going to philgodlewski.locals.com. Did you hire Will Bird?
Weird question. This all goes back to the screenshot I read you earlier. Again, I hypothetically propose that everybody has a number, whether it's the government or the NSA or the fucking Phil or Scott. If somebody offered you enough money and you're in a spot where you're not independently wealthy, everybody has a number eventually that would make them. I'm no different than any of you. I don't have this crazy moral character or integrity that makes me above anybody else. I have a number. I believe everybody else has a number. And I said, hypothetically, if Phil or Scott or somebody offered me tons of money to never talk about them again, I'd jerk their fucking hand off. And then someone on Rumble started arguing with me. This person would argue with me quite often, usually when they had consumed a bunch of alcohol. And finally, I flipped my shit. And that fight continued over into a chat group that does not belong to Phil. It's called Phil Godlewski 2.0, but it's a fake one. And they were fighting in there. Mariah didn't see the show. She saw it on replay. And she went in there when they were still arguing and defended me and said this. I think I got the screenshot still. Maybe. She said, I sure as fuck didn't appreciate it. I'm just glad I was asleep when it happened. I had to watch it happen on the replay and still got pissed. I made an excuse. I've made excuse after excuse for the shitty behavior directed at my husband from this person. But that was the last fucking straw. Will works his fucking ass off 7 days a week to produce free content and depends on donations and sponsorships. If Phil wants to throw a few million at him to buy his silence, that's between Phil and Will. Do I personally agree with it? No. Am I tired of struggling? I'm tired of fucking struggling damn straight. Does Will deserve compensation for all the hard work? Abso-fucking-lutely. It was a hypothetical. If it ever becomes anything more than a hypothetical, it's no one's fucking business. The person is a hypocrite to believe that she herself wouldn't have a number. Every single one of us has a number, point blank. And again, that's where even the phrase that I'm putting on a t-shirt, suck my hypothetical dick, that's where it all came from. But people took Mariah's screenshot and they've been sending it to me. They've been sending it to, I'm sure, Phil, and using that as saying, oh, you fucking Will's bought off, blah, blah, blah. Katie J, I'm sure she's spreading it. And that's why people are asking, did you hire Will Bird? But it was a weird question. It caught me off guard. I didn't expect to hear my name in the stream.
Did I hire Will Bird? No. Let me tell you about Will Bird.
This is weird right here, okay? So that's the reason for the question. I don't know what the reason for the weird compliments is. Trying to butter me up or something? I don't
know. First of all, Will Bird does not like Donald Trump. I don't know if you've listened to him at all. He's not a Trump supporter whatsoever.
So that's kind of the correction I wanted to make. I voted for Trump twice. I campaigned for Trump at some point. I've donated to a super PAC that donated to Trump. I like Trump less and less that he won't move on from QAnon, that he won't admit his own faults, that he won't end this bullshit. that he tries to act. Him and his followers have some type of worship complex going on. The guy can be at fault. And the more I see people saying, well, like I'll say Trump did this and it's a bad thing. And they're like, well, but Biden, but, no one gives a fuck. Those can be independently true. And the more that fucking people keep saying this bullshit, the more it makes me dislike Trump. I'm ready for somebody fucking new. But I did it twice. I already voted for him twice. I even made Mariah vote the second time. Mariah didn't vote before that. I made her vote.
He also thinks that I'm an enormous liar, and everybody's entitled to that opinion. I don't mind if you think that at all. You know, you're.
I think his lawyers may have told him like he doesn't have a case against me. I think maybe that's what's going on. Like his lawyers are like, well, you don't have a case against this guy. So now he's trying to do something else to convince his audience why he's not suing me into oblivion like he claims he's doing to everybody else. I don't know.
Person, and you can form your own opinions based on whether you think someone's a liar or not. Will Bird, in my opinion, now I get an opinion too. I know the things Will has said about me and stuff on his show, but and a lot of you guys are over here saying Will Bird is a dummy, Will Bird is this, Will Bird is blah 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 blah, Will Bird is blah blah, really bad, that guy, very bad. Will Bird is actually very talented at independent journalism. I don't like that he yields that journalism against me, but that's his right. What are we going to do? We're going to silence somebody that says bad things about us? Can't do that. Now, if
because
line of illegality, sure, there are.
I've seen his audience asking like, when are you going to shut down Will Bird? Will Bird's a piece of shit. And Kathy H hopping him up like, oh, he's a devil worshiper and he sent a Georgian after me and whatever. What she really means when she says a person from Georgia, she means a black person. It was just a black person walking around her neighborhood. Instantly, she called the police, drew a weapon. You know, they ran him out of town. The old story of good old new Southern. She was born in fucking Maryland or something. The new Southern sea hag. But she's always hyping him up. I think this is out of why he's not suing me. Honestly, like this is probably 2 years now since the first time he posted. Someone posted in his comments, have you seen Will Bird or have you seen Cold Beer Confessional? And he said, I'm working on a case for suing Beer Man as we speak. And that's when I made that video checking my post office box. Like I had my camera in the post office box. I was like, oh, it's not here yet. Damn it. That's coming up 2 years ago was the first thread we got.
Our repercussions to that. But Will Bird, you know, you could say some stuff. Well, he has really bad language and, you know, he talks about these things that are, Will Bird is just a normal person.
Who gives a fuck?
Guys. I don't use.
He went on my show actually, yes, and he said the reason he came on my show is because I didn't slander him like everybody else, and that was just back in like June or something. I mean, it's almost a year, but yeah.
But you'll hear me say the F word, you know, if we're out in a group somewhere at a dinner or whatever. I don't do it to you guys out of respect. I understand that children are watching, so I'm not going to do those things. But Will Bird is a great independent journalist, and if you think otherwise, that's just because you don't like his material.
I think I'm a decent researcher. I don't know if it's independent journalist. I think I'm a decent researcher. I think I'm funny. I guarantee you, like as bad as Phil hates me, he's watched my shit and had to laugh before. I think almost everybody gets, even the people that hate me right now. I've got groups of people that left here that fucking hate me. I've got former fucking friends that hate me and shit. They can't ever say that I've never made them laugh.
If he were using those powers against people that are cabal, deep state, or using that ability that he has against people that, you know, we dislike, I bet you'd like him a lot. We dislike him because of the things that he says about me. But that's not a reason to dislike him.
That is true. If I was saying, if I did the research and blah, blah, blah on this person that they didn't like, they'd be over here fucking sucking my dick. We saw that with the Nick Swick thing, right?
And when it comes to judging his ability to do what he does. So did I hire him? No.
I don't know what he'd hire me for. The whole thing was about like a payoff, like, hey, never talk about me again and I'll give you this. I don't know what he'd hire me for.
I guess it wouldn't be a bad idea, though, if I think about it. Good question. I don't know. And I think that question was asked because he recently said something about everybody has a number or something, and if Phil came to me with, you know, whatever, something like that just happened. People were messaging me about it. That's probably why that question was asked. All right, a couple more.
I'm assuming that's why it's asked, too. I didn't even hear this part. I was setting up the stream and I heard my name, but I guess I cut it off before the end or was typing and just didn't listen. Yeah, I think so Mariah, in all fairness, Mariah's message got sent to me. And one person was like, oh, I see how it is. Oh, I can't believe this. I can't believe you. What a piece of shit. Same thing that person was fighting with me over on Rumble. The reason that I yelled and cussed at her is 'cause she had the context. I said, hypothetically, like it wasn't like I was setting out a deal on the table and saying this much money was offered and I said yes. Like she had the context. Other people just read the first part of Mariah's message and probably ran without any context. They didn't see the show, blah, blah, blah. So I was just like, no, that's not what's happening. This is a hypothetical. You can read the rest of the message. I think I responded like 3 or 4 people. Now, I know if people saw it and sent it to me, that I guarantee you people sent it to Phil. And Phil's following saw it, and it's probably posted somewhere.
More. I can't talk about Barack Obama at this time. A lot of people, Obama going on here. I'm not able to talk about Barack Obama in any capacity, other than the fact that he's a...
Well, you better see how many zeros are on that check if you're going to have me committed. Boys, I'm about to jump a tax bracket. I'll tell you that much. Maybe a couple. Barack
Obama changed my life. But I think I came out on top of that.
Yeah, he might have. I know he's watched some of the shows because I know that he's seen or he's said stuff that I've covered in my shows or whatever. I'm not impervious to money. If someone pays me a shit ton of money, fuck them. If people that I can't stand, Scott McKay, SG Anon, come up and said, will this many zeros make you go away? And I say, add 2 more, and he does it. Fuck you, I'm out.
Took a while, but is the earth flat? Yes, most certainly is. Are the Cabal minions being wiped out? Minions, I'm assuming you mean by minions like the lower level players. They're kind of irrelevant.
Barack Obama changed his life. Phil made the dumbest comment one time about Barack Obama. So he says he voted for Barack Obama twice. Then he alludes that he voted for Hillary or was going to vote for Hillary or something. But he says that they were stupid for running Hillary against Trump, that they should have ran Barack Obama against Trump, and he would have won. And he says this stone face, like it's not a joke. It's not like he thinks that Barack Obama could have served a 3rd term, I'm assuming. That's from an old video before he even started doing the Q stuff. An old fucking video he was in.
When you talk about a lower level deep state Cabal operative,
he whined his teeth because you called him butter teeth. Well, maybe. That might be true.
Talking about somebody like Schiff.
Yeah, we got to get an air conditioner put in. I didn't realize it was getting so hot so quick. I need to put the screen door back on now, I guess, too.
You're not talking about like Rothschild or Rockefeller or, those names.
Obama's army beat up Derek Johnson.
For that matter, Schiff is it. Like, who cares? We'll get Schiff. No matter what, he can't go anywhere. These guys will be monitored by the NSA. So, good question, but the lower level minions are not a concern right now. They have no power to do anything. And, yeah. How does the Supreme Court decision work in tandem with the Durham report? That's a good question. So the Durham report highlighted individuals such as Biden, Hillary, Obama, Comey, and others, of course, that came up with a lie, used government resources to spread that lie about the commander-in-chief of the United States of America. That is treason. That act of perpetrating that lie.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like I'm trapping them in a hot box. They can always come here. I'm sitting here in air conditioner. It's 69 degrees in here in the office. Like, we have another place, and it's, I mean, they can come here, and there's room for the kids, and we can eat and fucking cook or whatever we need to do, right? And it's not bad to sleep at night, but when it gets to where you can't sleep in there at night, that shit is going to be, there's no way. I got to get it fixed before then. There's no fucking way. I wish it wasn't so goddamn expensive. It's going to be at least a couple grand for the project to put the air conditioner in, get it set up. And he couldn't have broke at a worse fucking time because in the winter, when we were having big donations, I was like, don't worry about that. We need to take care of this. We need to pay that. It's winter time. We don't need the air conditioner, blah, blah, blah. There's only a couple days it was hot that we actually needed it. And at the time, I had somebody say, well, don't worry about it. I'll help you with it when it comes up. Then you can pay me back, blah, 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 whatever. That person is now gone. They fucking up, took their shit, went home. But we spent, that was when donations were we had a lot more donations then. Since then, like with the economy and gas and everything else, donations have shrunk by like fucking 60% over like through the new year. And it is what it is. We'll get it.
Led many Americans to change their opinion about Donald Trump. That is election interference. That is interference of government operations. That is treason. That also, back to your question, is the correlation between the Supreme Court decision to overturn the election and...
That's right, I guess.
Because
always.
The psyche of America was played on by a corrupt group of politicians within government to formulate a coup, basically. That's what it was. It was a coup to take down President Trump and to get people to lose faith in his ability to govern. That affects his ratings, that affects his job performance, that affects what he's able to do while president of the United States. And another thing that it affects is the election.
The election.
He's losing votes.
Yeah, again, it's not treason.
Because of an allegation. An allegation would be one thing. Somebody said, oh, well, Trump did this. We investigated it and he didn't. The allegation was a thought-up, last-ditch effort. Hillary really, honestly, Hillary wanted Trump ousted from office so she could get into office after she lost. That's the whole Russia, impeachment 1, impeachment 2, rape, blah, 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 grab him by the, all that stuff. She was trying to get him removed from office. Obviously, she failed.
But I think she was trying to win the election when most of that stuff came out. When most of that stuff was started, when she was trying to win the election, he wasn't in office at the time. But it is what it is.
Let him get back in office. Now, shame on the White Hats for not realizing that the election fraud was actually going to lose them office. They did not think they were losing office in 2020. They knew there was going to be fraud, but...
So the omnipresent... Wait a second. I thought it had to happen this way. I thought it was planned out. I thought it was a sting operation. I thought they had to do it this way. I thought there had to be a decoy. There had to be this plan where Trump was still secretly in charge. That Biden was never president. That he didn't lose the office. That he's still in charge. That everything's good to go. Now it's, they had no idea they were going to lose in 2020. They just didn't know. Had no fucking idea. It sideswiped. I thought this plan's been in the work for like 60 fucking years. Is he changing the whole plan right now?
Obviously, she failed. But they were not going to let him get back in the office. Now, shame on the White Hats for not realizing that the election fraud was actually going to lose them office. They did not think they were losing office in 2020. They knew there was going to be fraud, but they didn't know that the algorithms were going to be changed in Dominion and all that. They knew about the mules. They knew about the drop boxes. I think the White Hats...
You're telling me that he beat the algorithms against Hillary, which is your claim. He built the algorithms against Hillary, but they didn't expect them to change the algorithm some? That's weird. The fuck? He just changed the whole QAnon platform. The whole goddamn thing. Just now by accident.
Focus was so much on the mail-in ballots that they overlooked what Dominion was actually able to do. And everybody says, oh, well, you know how hard it is to steal an election through election fraud? No. You don't have to steal.
Incredibly hard. Incredibly hard. And not leave a single trace of verifiable proof? Nothing that you can present at court and the court be like, oh, wow. What the fuck is this? Just everything gets dismissed and thrown out immediately? Not a single intelligence agency picks up on it? The only people you can get are private citizens that have, some of them have a little bit of pedigree and they just come out and lie for you? That's weird.
You have to steal 6 counties in 6 states. That's it.
That's not true.
You don't even need the whole state. You just need 6 counties.
That's literally not true.
Philadelphia, Allegheny. So that's Arizona and Pennsylvania taken care of, right? Fulton County, Georgia. Darn it. The one in Michigan and the one in Wisconsin, I can't think of. Name is escaping me. But those 6. That's it. You get those 6 counties with the algorithm with Dominion, it's over. You just stole the election. Because all the other states could fall where they fall. What matters is those 6 counties. That's where they put all of their efforts. That's when you saw the line go shoop, boop, boop, in Michigan, Wisconsin, stuff, and Georgia. The ballot droves coming in Fulton County, Georgia.
White Hats couldn't see it coming, except it had to happen this way, and they had it all planned out as a sting operation. Weird.
6 counties. You steal an entire election. All the other states could go red, could go blue. Makes no difference. California has been corrupt for years, so that's always going blue, right? Pretty much the same thing with New York. So you got those 2 states, which are a lot of electoral votes, and now you got the fraud coming in from those 6 swing states, and they're all swing states. They tried to do it in Texas, didn't work, but they tried. Imagine if Biden got Texas and California right off the bat that night. Election's over. Trump has no path. And now you still have those other states with fraud. And all of
Oh, okay.
in a desperate manner, which got them all caught, by the way. They were so desperate to get him out of office and to not have a repeat of 2016 that they just fell flat on their face.
Wait, the White Hats knew it was going to happen, and that's why it was a sting operation, right? But also they messed up because they rushed it too much. Got it.
They succeeded. They got him out of office. But they were. It was so sloppy. It was so rushed. All of their shit now is being exposed, from the vaccines to Fauci to COVID to the mules to the algorithm to the corrupt FBI to Hillary, Obama. Now, all this stuff is just, everything they did is now wide out in the open because they did it so hastily that they couldn't wait to get him out of office, and they knew they were running out of time, and they had to put all this in place. They made so many mistakes.
So hastily.
And they got caught. And now the got caught is coming out to the public. And you ain't seen.
Where?
You think the Durham report is explosive? You think the FBI whistleblowers are explosive? What comes next is the most explosive of it all. By the way, I'm going to sign off after this.
Super soon, too.
Look at me. Look at me. Do I look nervous to you? Do I look up?
Well, not with a few million sitting in the bank that you were able to skim off this project you got going on here. No.
Do I look, like I don't know what's coming next? Do you sense any negativity within me throughout this live tonight? Do you sense that at all? If you do, you better go back and rewatch, because I am comfy as ever. I know.
He was looking for the word trepidation. Do you sense any trepidation, or at least that would have fit a lot better than negativity?
I know.
I'm going to buy this man a thesaurus.
Are in the driver's seat, and I know that we will all be
right. I can't tell you until after it happens and you see it for yourself. Then I'm going to say, remember that I told you that?
And repaid.
Exactly right.
For all of the harm and the ridicule, the financial loss, the mental abuse that we've taken from this fraudulent government for decades. I'm comfy. And I'm raring to just explode with vindication.
Vindication.
I love you guys. Thank you for tuning in. Replay will be on Rumble and
Can't wait to explode on her vindication.
goldquiz.com. Reminder about fieldofgreens.com. Promo code.
Why did he missed a prime time opportunity to name his promo code for Field of Greens? It should have been fieldofgreens.com # Field of Greens. Idiots. That's a dumb motherfucker that would say something like exploding with vindication.
15% off. Run them. If you haven't yet, do it now. Run them.
Illegal. All 3 times he said that. You can't encourage a run on the banks.
It will soon be.
Or advise. Oh, and that's where it ended. Holy shit. Like, he had another couple minutes, but he keeps cutting it short.
Replay will be on Rumble and Locals. Reminder about goldquiz.com. Reminder about fieldofgreens.com. Promo code Phil. 15% off. Run them. If you haven't yet, do it now. Run them. It will soon be too.
Somebody said he's running low on intel. I don't think he even needs it anymore, guys. He doesn't need the intel. He can feed them anything. If they complain, he's going to be like, oh, clearly you didn't look at the shirt I was wearing, the hat I was wearing, the new stuff in the background, the way I arranged the Trump picture to look lovingly at the Lincoln picture it's just going to be something crazy, right? He can do whatever he wants to. Like, his fucking followers are so fucking dumb. So dumb. They're brainwashed. It's over. All right, guys. I guess that's it for me. Thank you all for joining us. I appreciate it. I'm going to go home and listen to Mariah complain about the air conditioner. So I've got a full night coming on. Do not turn your teeth into an eye-irritating shade of white. That would be ill-advised. Thank you all for joining us. I'll be back tomorrow. Got another day of working on Dad's car, so I don't know that I'll be in like super early. I got to get that done and get it adjusted and get it going good, and then we'll talk about something else. So thank you guys for joining us. I appreciate it. Thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you for the donations that come in tonight. Please support the show while we're offline. We could definitely use it at coldbeer.fund. Use any of the donation links there, coldbeer.fund. And I will see you on the next one. Have a good night, guys. Thank you.
When you're born into a fire, let them burn it out. Sell them to the richest buyer. They want to let the world decay. They tell us lies and fade away, fade away.
I'm going to come home and publish a finish across your face. How about that, Mariah? Publish the old liquid finish. Get you your electrolytes.
Listen up now, because we're never dropping out. Beat the odds, beat the big house.
Beat the meat for the cream so sweet. Let's go, baby.
Truth fade away. This is bigger than ourselves.
That's right, bullshit. For that bitch ain't working up no sweat.
Burn away, we feel betrayed.
Hot for all those naps she took today.
We were raised to lose the race.
All skeet, motherfucker. All skeet. Goddamn. Atsuko, I spent 22 years anti-aging that face. I think I have precedent. She's already used all the cream you gave her, and then you told her they don't manufacture it anymore. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Give her some honey butter. I'm gonna give her some root juice. That's what I'm gonna give her. She said, "Stop it with your sexual innuendos." I said, "I'm about to get sexual innuendo." That's anal. See you guys. Have a good night. Love you. See you. Bye. That's right, legend. Butt stuff.